Okay, if everyone would take your seats, we're going to get started. Welcome everyone to the January 28th first meeting of the year, Planning Board meeting. We'll start by Nick. Go ahead and give the lobbyist and all your other speech.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the City Clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should go downstairs and register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the City Clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Mr. Chair, I'd also like to swear in any members of staff and any members of the public who intend to provide testimony today. Please raise your right hands. And this is as to the quasi-judicial items. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Could I get a motion to approve the after-action report from last meeting?
I'll move.
Who? Mark?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, those are moved in. All right, request for continuances and withdrawals. The first is Planning Board File 19-0336, Sunset Harbor Mixed Use Neighborhood Overlay District. Michael?
Right, we're asking that this be continued to February 25th. This was continued from the Land Use and Sustainability Committee meeting to the February meeting, so we're asking that the board continue this to the February 25th meeting.
Okay, do we need to move that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, can I get a motion to move that to February? Somebody?
No, I'll move it.
Okay, Daniel, second. Kareem, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I know there's a lot of Sunset Harbor residents in here, so that that item pretty much pertains to the type of tenants that will be permitted to come into Sunset Harbor. So if you want to speak on that, come to the next meeting. Thanks. Okay, the Telecommunications Ordinance Planning Board File 18-0244.
And we're asking that be continued to the February 25th meeting.
Okay, can I get a motion?
I'll move to continue.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
Okay, I guess Kareem seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. All right, next is Planning Board File 19-0270, Revocation Modification Hearing for 10,000 to 1030 Collins Avenue, Fairwind Hotel.
And is the applicant here for this item? Okay. Do you want to move on to the
Sure,
to the
we'll
next
move
item
on.
while they
We'll
wait?
come back to that. Is it Ralph Andrade? Is that your turn? Okay. All right, let's go on to the first new application, Planning Board File 19-0330, 455 Lincoln Road, Andres Cardenedes.
And this application begins on page 35 of the board packages. This is Planning Board File number 19-0330, 455 Lincoln Road. This is an application for a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment with entertainment with an occupant content in excess of 200 people. The proposal includes the renovation of the existing contributing building in the historic district to operate the proposed restaurant with indoor entertainment only on the ground floor and second floor, and the use of the rooftop, which will only have ambient background music. The total occupancy for the building, including the rooftop, is projected to be 413 persons. As noted in the report, there's a separate application scheduled before the Historic Preservation Board, and that's to review the interior changes to the building as well as the construction on the rooftop deck. The applicant is also requesting a variance from the hours of operation for the use of the outdoor bar counter. That would be before the Historic Preservation Board. Absent a variance, they're limited to close or operate until midnight nightly. We also should note that this building does not have any parking or loading. They're going to utilize Lincoln Lane North for loading and trash pickup, and it has on-street loading zones along Lincoln Lane North. So we are recommending approval of the application subject to the conditions outlined in the attached draft order.
Okay, any disclosures on this item, Mike?
No.
David? None? Mark?
Yeah, I met with Michael Larkin and his team to discuss the project.
Nick? None for me?
None for me.
No disclosure.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here today representing the applicant. With me is Alan Kadori. He's the owner. Jeff Weinstein is the developer's representative. Omar Morales is our architect, and my colleague Bobby Behar.
Is this the same one from Medellin?
From where?
Medellin,
Close to
Colombia?
Bogota.
Oh, it's in Bogota.
Yeah.
Same owner. Okay.
Yeah. And
Famous.
It is. To give you all a sense of it, so the owner down there in Bogota, it was a small, more rural community in the outskirts of Bogota. He found like a small home there, and he basically built it up and up and up, and now it's become like like one of the top tourist attractions in Latin America. It's a fantastic restaurant there, and he's hoping to bring that type of same flavor to Lincoln Road. As you all know, in the recent about 5 to 6 years, we've experienced a scarcity of good quality restaurants on Lincoln Road. One by one, they've fallen. And so now I detect like a resurgence. There's a rooftop restaurant coming to 800 Lincoln Road. Time Out Market was a big hit, and I think this one will be as well. This space has been unoccupied for 5 years. It's called the Lincoln Drexel Building. It's been on Lincoln Road since 1937, and the way that this will operate, and my colleague Omar, the architect, is going to go through and show you in more detail, but there's a sidewalk cafe seating area. You'll enter from Lincoln Road through a double-door vestibule. There'll be a standing area. 2 hostess will escort you to your seat on either the first floor. The mezzanine is just back of house. Then you have a second floor. Then you have a rooftop. Within the envelope of the building, there will be entertainment. There's a small dance floor, but it's also a full-scale restaurant, as the Lincoln Road regulations require. The rooftop will have absolutely no entertainment whatsoever. We've been in close consultation with Howard Herring from the very beginning of the New World Symphony. We have a letter of support from him and from the Lincoln Road bid. Howard's very protective of the presentations made from Soundscape Park on their wall cast. Even went so far as when I was representing the Convention Center Hotel to ask him about the illumination from the rooms facing eastward, and we were able to reach accommodation with him there. So he's very protective of those wall casts with good reasons. So right now I'm just going to have Omar walk you through the plans, and then I'll finish up with some details about the project.
Good afternoon. My name is Omar Morales with Form Group Architecture and Planning at 4300 Southwest 73rd Avenue, Miami. I'm going to kind of walk you through the plans from here, unless you'd like me to come up and point to anything. I'm not sure the microphone is working. But as you've heard, this is the Lincoln Drexel Building. I'm just going to start from the ground floor and kind of walk you through the different spaces. There is an existing outdoor seating area that we are again intending to reuse that complies with all of the Lincoln Road sidewalk clearance and pedestrian space requirements. Did originally, and it's really unchanged. So the main entrance to the facility would be on the corner of Lincoln and Drexel. You can see in the plan that you walk into a waiting area or sort of a gallery space. Okay. I don't know if you prefer me to walk you through the plan. I can kind of do it from here. It's fine unless you have a specific question. So you first enter into sort of ante-room, which is going to be outfitted and designed sort of as a gallery space featuring artwork and accessories that sort of brand the company. The small sort of vending vestibule that you see on your plan, I believe is labeled storage, is really a merchandise sort of stand that will be selling products from the brand. Hostess will greet you in that room, and then we'll take you into the main dining area, the seating area. So the main dining room is a modest space. We don't want to, it's really not a very large space, but it does include a new entertainment stage. It has a small dance floor area, very small, about 110 square feet, and you can see the seating plan accordingly there in the plans in front of you. There's a large bar towards the rear of the space, and the intent there is basically to sort of create an interior intimate space that's separated from the Lincoln Road facade, storefronts, as much interior to the building as possible. The rest of the ground floor is made up of the central stair, elevator, back of house service spaces, and then there is a small sort of dining area. It's not private, but it's a sort of a separate, detached dining area with part of the kitchen, sort of a display kitchen towards the rear facing North Lincoln Lane. The intent there is that small space can be used during less busy hours, possibly for breakfast, before the main dining room is open for lunch and dinner. There is another entrance that was mentioned directly off the rear, off of Lincoln Lane, which is the stair. It looks like a service stair in your plan, but it's really a stair that takes you directly to the rooftop. That will also be accessible to patrons visiting the facility. So as you move to the second floor is essentially a mezzanine. We call it the mezzanine or the second floor. It's mostly back-of-house spaces, some general office spaces, some storage areas, and some support kitchen facilities. From there, we go up to the third floor, which is another larger main dining room with a separate bar and an additional kitchen facility. These kitchens will function sort of as a multi-level kitchen. There is an elevator and a dumbwaiter that's designed to sort of support each other. They can operate independently, but they are definitely sort of interconnected through the service facilities and the dumbwaiter system. From that floor, you continue up either through the elevator or the central stair to the roof terrace. And again, the roof terrace has a separate entrance stair that leads back down to Lincoln Lane. The roof terrace, as was mentioned before, won't have any entertainment component. It's strictly a dining area, pleasant space surrounded by landscape buffer. It's got an open bar, and it is covered by a covered trellis. And that's essentially the rest of the rooftop is dedicated to equipment. You can see air conditioning and mechanical equipment on that plan in front of you. That's essentially the extent of the plans. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
So, Mr. Chairman, what my colleague Bobby Behar, and I forgot to identify him at the beginning of my presentation, he's been working very hard on this application, so thanks, Bobby. He's passing out to you all amended order. We've previously provided this to staff, and I don't think Mr. Belush has any objections to our proposed modifications.
That's correct. This is just to correct some minor typos based upon the letter of intent and what the application is proposing. One of the comments I would make, though, is that as it refers to the Sidewalk Cafe, I think we should make that more generic and not include the number of seats.
Okay.
Subject, I would just say that under 2A, that includes the creation and operation of the proposed 268-seat restaurant.
88
plus
or 68?
88.
268.
88.
288.
It's okay.
Plus a sidewalk cafe.
Right. That's fine. So just to give you all, to track the changes, so it's 2A sub 1. We have struck through 2 a.m. and put in 4 a.m. daily. That's our first change. If you turn the page and go look at sub 6, we're asking, it says the music may start at 10 a.m. and shall not operate past 4 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 10 a.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. So basically one set of hours for all the week. And the only third change is if you all go to page 4 of 7 of the staff recommendation, and we're looking down at M. Just want to make this consistent. So it says, as proposed by the applicant, comma, ushers / security staff shall be on site between 5 p.m. and instead of 2 a.m., we're saying 4 a.m. Other than that, we're in complete agreement and alignment with staff.
And staff's okay with all those?
Yes, we are.
So can I ask a quick question? So was there any differentiation in your analysis, Michael, regarding the speakers that will be installed on the roof versus the speakers that will be installed on the first and second floor? I'm reading number 9. It looks like there are no limits on the speakers up top. And then question 2, let's just assume that you answer that they can kind of do whatever they want. as long as they comply with this, is there anybody nearby who lives nearby who might be affected?
Actually, it's sort of the opposite of what you said, because the entertainment is only on the inside, so the speakers outside on the rooftop will have to be below ambient background music. So the level of sound on the rooftop at no time can exceed ambient background
I
music.
know, but is there any specific language related to limitation of the size or placement or number of speakers on the rooftop?
No.
We just feel that since we're not doing entertainment on the rooftop, there'll be the amount necessary to have a sound distributed equally throughout the rooftop area, but nothing excessive.
Okay. And what about your opinion of the second part of my question? Is there anybody nearby who might be affected by rooftop noise? Just carries amazing. I mean, how far it carries, right?
So if you look at our geography, to the north, you have Soundscape Park, where we've carefully coordinated with Howard Herring and his, careful custodianship of that park with his wallcast. If you look to the east and west, there's simply commercial uses. To the south, you have 420 Lincoln Road, and you have Miami Beach Community Church. And then farther south from that, you do have multifamily uses. Can't say that they're all permanent. Some of them, I think, might be used for short-term rentals there. But I think, a sufficient distance away that, we're not proposing, again, any entertainment on the rooftop, and any crowd noise, I think, would diminish by the time you get to the first residential property, which is a substantial distance from our rooftop.
Yeah, I mean, just at first glance, it looks like a good spot to do something on the roof. It looks like a good place to activate that roof. I just was asking to be sure. So.
Yeah, so we have condition 2A4 references what can happen on the rooftop and clarifies that entertainment is not permitted in any outdoor areas. If they wanted to amend the CUP to add that, they could do so in the future.
All right. Is there anyone from the public to speak on this item? No? Okay, so we'll close the public hearing. All right, any other questions? Someone want to move it? On this item? Sure.
My name is Peter Sabo, 960 Collins. The way code enforcement enforces noise, and with them having all those speakers up on the rooftop, I consider them being armed with a potential to destroy a neighborhood. I'm using strong words because these are potential things that can happen. And code enforcement is not enforcing the law properly. They're not using the term plainly audible the way you describe it here at these meetings. So if they say that they are not going to have entertainment up on the rooftop, why do they need all those speakers? Why not one, two, maybe none? I don't know. The other thing is if they have a club inside, it should be, I don't know what the city doesn't have a code for building soundproofed, but it should be, maybe you can suggest that to the commission to change the code to include a building code for nightclubs that would ensure that all the sound will remain within the property with a vestibule, double doors, and no vibration going through other properties. And the question's asked whether there's anybody else around that can be bothered potentially. That is not a proper question, in my opinion, because nobody should do any sound anywhere, because if you do an exemption in one spot, that sets an example to others in other places. So you should have an overall control through the whole city. People south of 5th Street are prospering. It's a beautiful part of the city. Why? Because it's under control. It's well done. Beautiful restaurants, people are living well down there. I wish we had that same quality throughout the whole city. If you apply that through the whole city, magic would happen. Everything will work out very well. But this kind of proposals are dangerous if you don't control them.
I was going to respond a little bit. This is Lincoln Road, too, right? The most intensive commercial usage in the city, right? There's no residential areas around this. So perhaps I agree with you on certain aspects of that, but here what you're saying is really not relevant because each, one size doesn't necessarily fit all in these situations, right? Here, they're agreeing to put a few speakers up there. But and we have the New World Symphony that wrote a letter. New World Symphony is a hell of a lot louder than these guys will be when they do the soundscape. Are you going to complain about that? I mean, that's part of our culture in our city. So there's going to be some music here or a little bit, but I don't see how this impacts anyone in any neighborhood here. So I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all.
Well, if it's not a one-size-fit-all, then you're micromanaging one versus another. You're going to have a bunch of applications that will come back to you, and you will be very busy.
That's what we're here for.
And you will have to rename yourself the Outdoor Entertainment Board. I'm telling you, there's a lot of potential problems out there, and if you keep approving things like this without controlling them and defining what they're allowed to do, is it a restaurant, is it a nightclub, is it a cabaret, what is it? What kind of liquor license do they allow to have? Are you addressing the liquor license issues? Are they allowed to have a 5 a.m. liquor license outside with a bunch of speakers or not? I mean, that's not a big problem. So you're setting up a problem. Don't do it.
I disagree.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else from the public here?
I just want to add last note. We didn't weigh in on the issue of outdoor entertainment here because they did not request it. I think that under the appropriate conditions, my only concern with outdoor entertainment would be if it was impacting what was happening in Soundscape Park. I think that'd be the most closely affected neighbor if they were doing a performance and you had rooftop noise here that was affecting them. But in this application, they didn't propose outdoor entertainment, so it's not really before the board. There are requirements for the location of the speakers on the ground floor. They can't have any speakers within 20 feet of the entrances. They have to keep the doors closed. So I do think that there are enough protections. And the building is under renovation now, so I think that they're going to do what needs to be done to restore the building and comply with the code requirements.
And it's pretty meaningful that the New World Symphony sent a letter in support of this. I mean, they talk about who cares more about sound. It's going to be that facility.
Right.
I like this. I like this proposal, and I'm comfortable with the 4 a.m. and I'm happy to move it if you're
Okay,
ready.
great.
Second.
Okay, Kareem, second, all in favor?
Aye. I agree with that assessment.
Sorry?
I agree with Mike's
Okay,
assessment.
so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay,
Great. Thank you for your time.
congrats.
Thank you very much.
Okay, going back to
Michael,
revocation.
Michael?
Mike, do you want your paperwork?
Michael Larkin, do you want any of this paperwork? Okay, we're going back to the modification revocation hearing, planning board file 19-0270, 1030 Collins Avenue, Fairwind Hotel.
Okay, and this staff report begins on page 8 of the board packages. And this is a revocation modification hearing. As the board may remember, this was last heard for a progress report on December 17th of last year. And based on issues of violations that were cited for this property, the board directed staff to prepare and schedule this revocation modification hearing for today. And just some other background, this was initially approved by the board for a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment and including outdoor entertainment on June 25th of last year. So just for an update, there was an additional citation issued, which is listed on page 9 of the board packages, and that was on December 22nd of last year, and that's for having speakers that were not part of the house sound system. Now, we are recommending that the board suspend the CUP for outdoor entertainment for 30 days, but I know the applicant has hired Mr. Andrade here, and so I'd like to hear from him first, and then we can hear from code compliance for any further updates.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. Ralph Andrade here on behalf of the Fairwinds Hotel. The ownership is here in case you have any questions for them. First, I guess thank you for taking the time to consider this matter. I know just sort of reading it, some of you are probably ready to, maybe revoke the CUP because it doesn't look that pretty on its face. But I just want to give a little context to, what's happened here. And, the issue is there's been 6 noise violations. What's important to note that 5 of those 6 noise violations, happened in a 63-day rash when they just got their CUP. These folks are new to Miami Beach. It's their first F&B venue in Miami Beach, and they weren't really altogether certain on how to operate, what the standards were. They hadn't hired local counsel at the time to sort of advise them and guide them. And so, like I said, 5 of those 6 happened in a very short span from, I believe it was August 10th through October 13th. Since that time, they met with the planning department and code, and I believe what was established is code and planning went out. They did an on-site inspection, and they basically picked a decibel level which was acceptable to planning and code, and in both of their views would not violate either the city's noise ordinance or the CUP. And that decibel level is password protected and sat there, and you had a period of about 3 months where there were no more noise violations, and so what you saw was progress and a movement towards compliance. What happened with the last violation, the 6th noise violation on December 22nd, is their sound system went down. Their in-house sound system went down, and so they improvised and attached, some alternative speakers that they had in the back of the house or something with a DJ that had come, and they sort of played it by ear, literally, and it wasn't set to, I guess, the decibel level that code and planning had previously deemed appropriate, and so there was a complaint, and in fact, code went out there and issued that last and final violation, which I guess sort of is the straw that broke the camel's back, if you will. But, if you look at it, the big picture is they got 5 at the very beginning in a 63-day span. They understood what happened. They understood what went wrong. They met with city staff. They cleaned up the problem. There was compliance for about a 3-month period. They had no violations. Then you had this aberration where their sound system went down. Unfortunately, they set the music a little bit too high as a result of playing it by ear, and so now we're here. The other thing I would like to bring to your attention is we met with the city attorney's office yesterday and the director of code enforcement, and we reached an agreement with them, a global settlement on all the violations, where we were accepting responsibility for 2 of the noise violations, and the other 4 noise violations are being dismissed. So at this time, I think, if you take a step back and you look at the bigger picture and not just the facts that are in the report, and by the way, staff has, been very diligent and sympathetic, and worked with us and the client to try to get it right. If you look at the big global picture, there's progress, and they're doing the right thing. They're looking to be good corporate citizens. They're trying to, work with their neighbors and address their neighbors' concerns, and they've gotten there. And we would ask respectfully that that at this point, I think maybe rather than imposing this 30-day suspension, that you just give these guys a chance. Bring them back in 3 or 6 months, see how they've done. Hopefully there's been no more issues. Again, that's the direction that you've seen here. It's demonstrated, it's factual, there's progress. I know there is a complainant that sort of keeps repeating itself, but I don't believe that there is any particular outcry from the neighborhood itself. Like, you don't have folks calling and complaining every day about this venue. I think they've been very respectful of their neighbors' needs and so forth. And hat in hand, we sort of at your mercy. We understand that we should have done a better job at the beginning. We're now doing the best job that we can, and we hope to continue to improve and be model corporate citizens, that other folks can emulate. And please, just asking for another shot before you shut them down. This is we're in the middle of season. You know, we have the Super Bowl coming up. They have pre-sold events. The financial impact would be really harsh. And look, I think the facts show that they're really trying to do the right thing here. So to the extent you all have any questions regarding the operation or how they intend to maintain improvement, the operators are here. I'm here. If you have any questions, and thank you respectfully for your
Ralph,
time.
just so I understand, so because I know last month when they were here, they had met with staff, they agreed upon a decibel level, and you're saying this one time their system went down?
Yes.
That was set up to be locked by staff?
Correct.
And that they improvised because their system went down and then they didn't do it properly?
That is
I just
correct.
want to make sure I understand the facts.
That is correct.
All right, okay.
So Mr. Andrade, my thing is just, we're not. I personally don't have any particular desire to, put people out of business, to make it onerous, hard, create regulations where, they're not really needed to impose a hardship on a business. One of the concerns that I do have, though, is that, you come here hat in hand, and you ask us to consider the fact that these folks are new to Miami Beach, and these CUPs are not complicated instruments that somebody like Brian has to read and explain to a client. So I do think that there's a simplicity about it. So I don't really receive that argument well. The other thing is, you have a system that you've established with the folks and got into, to whatever decibel level that everybody agreed to. You bring me no evidence that, hey, I shot an email out to someone saying that my speakers don't work. I'm gonna, know like, hey, I made a contact to this company to bring in speakers. I have to just take your word for it, and it's just a hard. It's a hard thing. This has come to us 2, 3. I think this is the 3rd time. It's multiple times, regardless of the number of times. More than I wanted to see you here. So.
Well, it's my first time.
Well,
I know.
The item.
I understand.
So I just want to say that. I mean, I understand what you're asking. I do understand the sensitivity of business, but just keep that in mind. I mean, you have had the opportunity to do everything within your power, and so now you're asking us to do everything that you couldn't do for yourself. You're asking us to do it for you.
Can I just briefly? Your comments are well taken, and absolutely, and I agree. This is not a difficult document to read. The CUP, the issue, and it's probably common. You folks sit up here all the time for years. The noise, the enforcement of the noise ordinance is a little tricky, as I'm sure you've heard from, I think, this gentleman Peter. And you have one code officer that goes out, and it could be blaring, and he could be standing next to the speaker, and it's okay with him, not a noise violation. And then you have some other code officer that shows up, and it's not okay. So it's somewhat subjective, and so it took them some time to realize that this is not an objective standard in the noise ordinance where it's X, and if you violate X, you get hit with the fine. Basically, really, the enforcement varies from code officer to code officer. What one officer finds, unreasonably loud, another officer does not, and so they were able to, I guess, reach this point with staff where, even though it's not set in the code, everyone agreed, hey, this is acceptable to us, code, for purposes of the noise ordinance, and this is okay with planning staff for purposes of the CUP. Other than that, I agree with everything you have to say. We own it. We own what happened.
So, I'm not as concerned about the differences that code officers have given the circumstance of when they come out. I'm more specific to your client understanding the CUP conditions. And in this instance, and many instances that they've been before us, they have violated specific CUP conditions. Not having, entertainment on the rooftop was one. Operating without a BTR was another. The last time they were in front of us, we explained to them how important it is that they understand the CUP conditions. And here you are again. a clear CUP condition, not the noise code officer coming out and saying, hey, I can't hear this, but clearly not using the house system, something they clearly understood at the last hearing that they were here. So it's just constant proof that they're not adhering to the conditions on the CUP. This is not indoor entertainment. This is outdoor entertainment. So I think it's just really critical for them to understand that the privilege for them to have outdoor entertainment really requires them to adhere to the conditions in CUP very strictly. Here again, you know how hard it is for us to set a modification hearing? They've had 2 months knowing that this modification is coming forward to a point where we can actually take action. And all they needed to do was show up here without any violations of the CUP, but yet they violated the CUP again. So I think in the past, what's been really clear to operators is that when we do enforce our ability to revoke their license for a short period of time, they start to realize that in fact they do have to adhere to the CUP. I'm really not sure what other action I can take except hoping that they adhere to the CUP. I need to do something to show them that this is a privilege, not a right. And so far, they've had ample opportunity to do that and haven't demonstrated that. So I understand their challenges with an outdoor entertainment license and having to deal with code and noise ordinance, but those are the conditions set forth, and they had to adhere to them. The decibel level is not the standard that's used. It's a way for them to help monitor what's going on with their operations, but the decibel levels in itself is not what they need to be concerned with. It's just a tool that they can use to help them regulate their noise. Thank you.
Rob, let me open up to the public, and then we'll continue with questions. Anyone here to speak on this item?
Mr. Chair, how much time would you like me to set? Just 3 minutes per person?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 2 more complaints and responses to my complaints. One, the day of the shooting on Ocean Drive, and the other one just this weekend, Saturday. And the one where the shooting happened that weekend, what happened was that as crowds were running down in panic down 10th Street towards Collins, I think I sent you an email regarding that. I don't know if you read it. It seems like it agitated them to get the volume up higher to attract the business from Ocean Drive. And I made that complaint 3 hours after the shooting, 3 hours. And code said they're not sending anybody out there because of safety reasons. It was safe for Mangoes to remain open, getting people in through the side door. It was safe for families and kids. I have photos. I think I sent you the photos where there's people on the street on Collins. 3 hours later, I got no response. And this last weekend, I did get a response, but the response was honestly frightening. I was standing across the street from the Fairwind with a code officer and the music blaring, and he said to me in my face, telling me it's not plainly audible. I couldn't believe it. I thought he was hearing impaired, or does he think I'm an idiot, or what is it? How can he say that? And while we were talking, people started dancing on the sidewalk to the music coming from across the street from the Fairwind. I think I have a video that I sent you. It shows that clearly. And the code officer is standing there on the corner waiting for the light to change to cross the street while these people were dancing to the music from the Fairwind. I think it's scary, it's outrageous, and I'm not surprised people south of 5th Street didn't want anything to do with any of this process. And they exempted themselves from outdoor entertainment, not only outdoor, but even indoors. Commissioner Aleman went down there to convince them to have some little entertainment inside, fully enclosed. They didn't want that either. Good reason. You know why? Because they can open the doors. Once they open the door, the music goes out, and good luck with code enforcement. Good luck with that. So God bless them for defending themselves successfully. I wish them the best. But if you apply that south of 5th to all of the city, you would have wonderful results, and you would spend your time on more productive things to do, because we've spent since June last year, meeting after meeting, talking. They don't even lose anything if you take away their right for outdoor entertainment. They can run a restaurant. There are many restaurants very successful south of 5th Street making a lot of money. That's what they were supposed to do. And the entertainment part was supposed to be just an amenity to enhance the dining experience. That's what I thought you said when you approved this. But now, what do we have now? It's a club. It's an outdoor entertainment club, nightclub, cabaret. I don't even know how to call it anymore. You never even mentioned the word nightclub when you approved this. You talked about a restaurant. This is not a restaurant. So, to be compatible with the neighbors, at the intersection of 10th and Collins, you have the Essex House, which used to be an apartment hotel. It's a combination building, built in 1938. Then you have the Fairwind itself, which is an apartment hotel as well. And my building was built in 41 as an apartment hotel as well. So we're supposed to have something in common. The Edwards, which is the biggest on the corner, on the southeast corner, was a hotel. Now it's an apartment building. So we have the main permitted uses being hotels, apartments, apartment hotels, and then we have a nightclub right in the middle of it. It's crazy. It's insanity. I'm telling you, this should be revoked, and they wouldn't be losing anything. They can have the hotel, they have the restaurant possibility, and they have the pool up on top. It's a beautiful property, and I wish them success, but not with a nightclub.
Thank you.
Can I clarify a few things just in terms of the noise ordinance and what's across the street? The board may remember that one of the conditions staff had first recommended was regarding the noise across the street to the Essex Hotel. The Essex Hotel came in with a letter in support of the application, I believe, so that condition was stricken. We went out with the property owner, the applicant, back in October to look at the distance separation from where the noise ordinance would apply after 11 o'clock. The noise ordinance says that it can't be plainly audible 100 feet away from the property after 11 o'clock. Across the street is less than 100 feet away. So we wouldn't use that. So if it was plainly audible across the street, that's not a violation of the noise ordinance because it's less than 100 feet away. Somebody could, if that was on the property, I guess could complain that was a nuisance, but I think that would be a different standard or a different level of review. It's not an automatic, I guess, presumption that they're in violation.
So the sidewalk across the street is not 100 feet from?
It's less than 100 feet away.
Less. How many feet is it? Do you know?
80. I was standing at 80 feet away.
So but it's less than 100.
Yes.
We went out with code compliance. We measured it to see at what point. So if there was a complaint, they know where to go, to the north, to the south, and to the east to figure out where you would stand to judge that plainly audible requirement. So if it's less than that, that's not an automatic violation of the noise ordinance.
This wouldn't be a problem if they would be running not a nightclub but a restaurant.
All right, sir.
The
Okay.
noise is a symptom.
You made your point.
And that was audible 200 or 300 feet away. That's how loud it was, even though we were standing across the street 80 feet from the source.
All right, anybody here to speak on this item from the public? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing.
Just speak for just one.
Sure.
Representing Fairwind.
Just to formally introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Manager, owner at the
Name.
Fairwind Hotel, Jed Buchwald. Hi. So, just to reiterate what my attorney said before, we are taking it very seriously. I could tell you we turned down over $100,000 of business, which to me is saying we're taking this very, very seriously. We've disconnected the speaker that's closest to the street as well. At this point, we're basically playing our music. I don't want to, not ambient, but I mean very, very, very low, just because we don't want to go anywhere near a violation. And it's been 3 months, and to me, that shows that we are taking it seriously. Turning down business, which is hurting my business, is taking it very seriously. We turned down Super Bowl business. When the whole city and everyone around us is going to be blasting music, I can promise you, and I said no to the business just because I want to come here and show to you that we're taking this seriously and we're trying to go according to our CUP. The violations that we got in the very beginning were before it was clarified to us what the noise level is. So I think since that point, and I think that the board has to look at that and they understand that, hey, if you don't tell us a decibel level and we didn't understand where it should be, and now you want to say, oh, you got 6 violations. Well, since then, we've gone 1. I'm not telling you that's good. That's obviously bad, and we're trying to improve on that. But I just want you to know how seriously we are taking it, and I don't think there's any more better way that I could say that than saying we're literally turning down business, thousands and thousands of dollars to make sure that we do not have to come back here anymore.
What specific steps have you taken to mitigate the noise?
So, like I just said before, we actually disconnected. One of the speakers that we submitted to the city that they approved, we've disconnected the closest speaker
To the door?
to the street.
How many speakers are there that go out the front?
There's probably like 5 or 6 speakers. I don't know. I don't have it written.
So you disconnected one of the
disconnected the
disconnected
one
one of the
that's
6?
closest. Yeah.
You
yeah,
disconnected one of the 6?
Yeah.
And does that affect the noise in the street at all?
I think so. I mean, it's the one that would be making the most noise closest to the street. So
Is
that's why.
is the output face of the speaker facing the street?
No, it's disconnected.
No, was it facing the street?
Not really. No. I mean, I don't know.
What about the other speakers?
They're all facing inwards.
They're all facing inwards.
Yeah.
And so you say there's 5 more that are still operational?
Yeah.
What kind of music do you play on the system? Do you have a music that has a large thumping bass, or do you simply, or do you control the nature of the music that's being played?
I'm not exact. What type of music? It's like regular.
What genre? Rock and roll?
I mean, just so you understand, like in the morning we're playing really, really soft music, and it'll depend if we have an event, that'll be music appropriate to the event. The only time that I think there ever is any issues with the sound is on Friday and Saturday.
You haven't answered my question. What is the music comprised of a
It's
large?
not club music, no.
Like, is it EDM? Is it
What
hip
kind
hop?
of
Is it
what kind of music is it? Is it
It
rock
depends
and
on the
roll? Is it punk rock?
Depends on the type of on the time of the day.
At night?
And at night,
At night.
it's more house music, I would say.
House music?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I could pull it up on my phone, but it's.
I mean,
is it
I don't know how
elevator?
to
Is it
describe it.
elevator? What kind of music is that?
No, it's music. I mean, it's loud.
It's club music that you.
It's
danceable.
David, that's a term of our house
Yeah.
music, EDR. It's what it's called.
It's called house
It's
music.
like what
yeah.
you're gonna.
Not like in a house.
Do you have like?
I mean, that's a genre. That's
Right.
called house. I'm not making
Is
a
it
joke.
is it kind of the kind of music that goes? Excuse me,
It's not
is it
Sinatra.
boom, 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 or is it the kind of music that is less obtrusive?
It's not background music. It is loud. I mean, it is. House is what you would play in by a DJ.
Yeah, but frankly, I don't know if that's the issue. It's really about the volume of
Well,
sound
what I'm
coming
trying
out.
to get-
I know what you're getting
what
to.
I'm
If it's
trying-
thumping, I get it.
What I'm trying to get to is the volume of the music that leaves the place. I mean, everybody knows that it's not the Brandenburg Concerto. We know that, but we want to know. For example, I live on an area on an island, and it's across from another island. And when they have a party, you don't hear the music; you just hear the thump of the bass. And that's been the primary complaint in terms of the nature of the music. So I'm just wondering, and you don't seem to have an idea as to what that music, the composition of that music, or how loud it is. You said you turned one of the speakers off. Do you know what percentage of the music goes in the street after that one? Is it 80% that still goes out, or
I mean,
is
the
it?
city approved our entire sound system, right? We had to submit it, and they
That's
approved
not what
all
I'm.
the
That's not what
speakers. And
That's
I'm
not
saying,
my question. My
Yeah.
question is, what percentage of the music is affected by your having turned off one speaker? And who decided to turn off that one speaker?
I don't understand that, David. I don't understand that question.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What percentage? I don't understand.
Well,
what you're
how
asking.
much louder is the music? Would the music be were it all speakers as opposed to just 5 of the 6?
We know where the sound is supposed to be, right? And we set our sound system based on using 6 speakers, and the city coming out and saying this is the noise. So what I did was I said on my own, I said, okay, let me take away one speaker so that, not because you asked me, I mean, you approved all the speakers that I have there.
Okay, you took away one speaker, but did you reduce the volume?
No, we play it at the volume that we're allowed to play it at.
The volume that the city says.
the city
Is
said.
that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Weeder, can I just try and sort of address what I think you, what he did, there's no scientific answer. He didn't hire an audio specialist. He just said, there's 6 speakers, folks are complaining about noise, maybe if we reduce one, there'll be a little less noise, and I think this is a good faith effort to
Right, but the other sound system is set to where the
Yes,
city
correct.
approved it.
Correct. Right.
Okay, now when you say folks, I obviously know one complainant. Are there others? 'Cause
Not that I'm aware of. The only complainant that I'm aware of is a gentleman that spoke, and just to address his concerns, look, we're here, we're his neighbor, we're happy to talk to him.
You know, Ralph, as I tell everybody, you know, it's a balance between, you know, we want businesses to survive and we want people to have quality of life. I personally hate to revoke a license during Super Bowl and you know, the time of year that we're in where businesses really thrive and make their money, because all I keep reading about and hearing about is how businesses are all struggling around Miami Beach. That being said, you know, and you know, I do commend you for hiring Ralph. You know, Ralph's spoken here many years that I've been here, and he's a good lawyer, and I'm hoping that, you know, you'll utilize his services in helping you comply with the CUP. But as we mentioned last time, and you have shown progress, you know, I get it that you got all those in a short period of time when you all were unfamiliar with the rules. But, you know, and I think I mentioned to you last time, you got to go forward and plan. Now, if this was aberrational because your sound system collapsed and you had to improvise, like Kareem said, you know, perhaps maybe you should have reached out to someone at the city. You know, I know it's tough because you're trying to run a business at the same time, but you know, my thoughts are, it's just personal, that you have shown progress. I don't personally, and again, it's up to the rest of the board, think we should revoke your license at this point during the critical time of the year so you can make your money, but you got to show going forward not even one complaint. You know, you got to show no complaints. Now, you know, if someone's, you know, and obviously, I'm still not sure I understand, Michael, your last comment. The citation that was issued, you're saying it was less than 100 feet?
No, the citation was issued because they had a speaker system.
Okay, that's when their sound system went down and they
Right.
improvised. Okay. But the other issue you're talking about, the email that we got was from 80 feet. Is that my understanding? Why you
Yes,
clarified that?
yes.
Okay. All right.
Why would the why would the inspector not stand 100 feet away, or did they stand 100 feet?
I don't know.
You know, I think that was just him with a video, I think.
Is there someone from Code here that wants to speak on this item?
Does anyone really think that 20 feet makes a huge difference in the
Go ahead, come on up.
the amount of sound that's generated?
I think for Code,
Well,
being out on the field.
For code, it is.
I know that's
I think
what
what's
I know
important
that's
for
what
code
the
is
code
to-
says, but if the music's very loud, I
No,
mean,
well, from what I'm hearing, it hasn't been except this one aberrational time when their sound system collapsed. So, you know, if that wasn't aberrational and this was their normal sound system, where we had been told multiple times the city set the volume, I'd be much more concerned than an aberrational event. But that's what I want to hear, because going forward, you know, if there's an aberrational event, they need to err on the side of caution and even
I
go
agree,
below.
I agree with that, and I'd hate to see this gentleman lose all his business on the
Correct.
Super Bowl weekend.
That's
Maybe we could consider some sanctions subsequent to the Super Bowl. Something could be done, maybe a suspension for a period of time, not to take effect until after Super Bowl.
It's either that or you give them, you know, 30 or
Something I
60
think the
days
board-
to see.
the board
Anyway,
could consider
let's
that
hear from Code, and we'll
in light of
And
the.
I still have a few questions at some
In
point.
light of all
let's hear
the-
from Code, and then we'll ask questions.
Sylvia Escobar, City of Miami Beach Co-Compliance Administrator. All right, we've received, I went back a year back, and we've received 11 noise complaints starting July 25th, and the last one was this weekend on January 25th. It was determined that on this weekend, the officer went out there. We received 2 complaints on the 22nd and on the 25th. The officer went out there, and they determined by conducting their investigation that the noise did not violate the noise ordinance as it is established in 46-152. And like they said before, most of the violations were issued between, most of the complaints came in, the violations were issued between July 25th and August 13th, and then the last one was on December 22nd. When
Right, so
apparently
the
they had that
last
issue.
3 months, there's been one?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
For noise, and that's all the complaints that we've had for noise throughout. I went back a year.
Okay.
And Sylvia, how do your code officers know where's 100 feet from the establishment?
They have a measuring wheel.
Okay, and they look at the CUP, the specific CUP. When they go out there, they can read that the CUP has a condition of 100 feet, and
Correct.
they walk 100
They
feet.
conduct their complete investigation, and then once they determine no, it does not violate the noise ordinance.
Just to be clear, too, depending on the actual circumstances on site at the time that the code officer may be out there, there's background noise and background music, too. All that plays into whether the sound coming from this establishment is or is not plainly audible. Clearly, if it's a busier traffic period, it's going to be less likely that someone's going to hear it versus a quiet time of the night, especially after, 3, 4, 5 o'clock.
Correct, and then they also have to determine where the noise comes from. Is it from that club or if it's another club? They have to do so. That's why they conduct a full investigation to find out where the noise is coming from.
Right. Okay, but in the last 3 months, there's been one.
Correct.
I want to make sure. Okay.
Do you think it's challenging to enforce this noise ordinance the way it's written, or is it clear to you?
No, it's clear the way the noise ordinance is. It's clear, if it's the plainly audible only applies after 11 p.m. and between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. if it's unreasonably loud. That's the standard, and it's been held up in the higher court. So our ordinance is a good ordinance.
And I would mention, too, that we have a lower standard, a much lower standard for residents of the elderly housing project or facility building to the north. We have a standard that audio from the subject property here cannot be audible at any time inside those apartments, and it cannot be plainly audible outside on the balconies after a certain time. We have not received complaints from that building.
Have not or have?
We have not.
Okay.
No, we haven't.
And
we
it's right
haven't
next
received
door.
any complaints for the rooftop as well, because I checked and we haven't received anything. Right. Also, the only time it makes it harder for the noise ordinance is if we get a complaint and it's anonymous and they say, well, I can hear in my unit. If we don't have access to that unit, then there's no way for us to determine, because it depends on the way the noise is played. Sometimes, you may not hear it, and, if you don't have access to the unit, you're not going to be able to hear it, and maybe it's loud in their unit. But if we have no access, we're not able to determine that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
May I ask a question that's unrelated to this issue for just an informational?
Of course.
View? We in the residential neighborhoods suffer from horrible noise pollution due to gasoline-powered leaf blowers. They are very loud. Is there any ordinance concerning how these leaf blowers are?
Well, what we
regulated?
endorse for the leaf blower is the time that they can operate. So if it's on the weekends, they can't start till 10 a.m. unless it's a single-family home, and if it's during the week, they can start at 8. Anytime before that, then it would be a violation.
And I believe, Sylvia, that code section was recently amended by the commission.
Yeah,
Right. That's why it
Commission's
changed
been
from to 10 a.m. If unless it's a single-family home, they're exempt. They can start at 8.
Right.
But if it's a multifamily, that they cannot start till 10 a.m. on the
But
weekends.
there's no regulation as to what type of leaf blower there could be, or whether they're too noisy or quiet.
As of that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Just sorry for that.
Brian, can I go?
Of course.
Yeah, so I agree with you that I think it's a positive that Mr. Andrade's been brought on as a resource. My question would be, to what degree will you be utilizing Mr. Andrade's expertise going forward? I mean, if another speaker, if the system goes down, is somebody going to call Mr. Andrade and say, all right, so what can we do here, or is this a one-off? This is the first time and last time we're going to see it.
No. So I haven't been brought in as a mercenary. It seems you're describing it. So I'm on retainer. I hope I'm going to enjoy a long-standing relationship with them. And look, my credibility and my word.
I think it's a positive that you're here. I think you're giving them good counsel. But yet part of what you said, part of what's been said here is that, well, they're from out of town. They don't really understand. And so to what degree, if we don't interrupt the flow here, to what degree can we count on your expertise in the process?
Well, look, it's interesting that you asked that. What I can tell you is that.
Perhaps you would comment as well.
Go ahead, Ralph. Say what you were going to say.
The
dog ate my homework.
The dog didn't eat my homework. But look, my stock and barrel is my word and my credibility and coming before you folks. And what I can tell you all is that they've given me the comfort to be able to present to this board that they understand what they need to do going forward and to comply. I'm not going to come back here a month or 2 months from now and tell you the dog ate my homework. They'll have to hire someone else. So we have an understanding that once they retain me, that they're going to listen to the counsel I give them. And if they don't, then we'll part ways.
I'm satisfied with that. The other question I have relates to one of Mr. Szabo's comments about, and it's kind of a nuance, but the degree to which your business plan relies on this music to attract people from Collins Ave. In other words, if you're the only one playing music, I'm walking down Collins, I hear the music, and I come into the establishment. To what degree is that factored into your thinking with the live music and the entertainment?
We can't have it very loud, so we really are not. We're not. That's not part of our business plan to pull people in from the street with the music. We're not the Clevelander, who's our neighbor.
Okay, so there's no advantage to being able to hear it on the street. Then there's no advantage to your business plan. There's no.
I mean, look, it's always good for people to be able to look at and hear some music, but
within 100 feet, right?
Within 100 feet. Well, I don't think everyone understands the ordinance. I mean, from my understanding, anytime until 11 o'clock, it's not 100 feet. It's only after 11 o'clock that it's the 100 feet. I mean, that's what I was told. That's the rule.
Ralph, let me ask something. Let me ask something, and then I'm totally speaking on my own behalf. Would you agree that, and this is if this is palatable to the board, that if you get one, not a complaint, but an actual violation by code in the next 60 days, that you will then have an automatic suspension of your entertainment for a few weeks or a month? Because I want the business to succeed. I want to give them a chance, and I'm encouraged that it's only been one citation, and from what you're telling me under oath, which I believe is that it was an aberrational event because the sound system collapsed or went down. But that should be aberrational, and that should not happen regularly. So the normal sound system should be in place at the level that the city set with them when they had meetings, because I know they're trying. But I don't want to pull your entertainment during the critical time of year and have them fail. At the same time, if there is a conviction of a citation in the next 60 days, then I think enough's enough. I mean, that would be palatable to me. Again, I'm speaking from my own. I don't know if the board's going to agree with me, but
we would accept that gracefully. Thank you. If that is the will of this board, we can't ask for anything more than that. So I just want to
explore just a little bit more of my line of questioning here.
Sure.
So because you have differing standards, I mean, the residential condominium that sits just to the north, as Michael just pointed out, I mean, they can never hear your music any time of the day or night. Am I right, Michael?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
1040 Collins can never hear music coming from this establishment. Is that right? Or is it
outside? Inside. Inside their apartments, they can never hear. That's a condition. They can never hear.
They can never hear it. Time is irrelevant. It can be in the morning. It can be in the afternoon. They can never hear it. And then after 11 o'clock is when.
Have there been complaints from that building?
No, there have not.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't know if there were complaints.
No, I heard before that so far there have not been any complaints, but you're pointing out that it's kind of doing whatever you want to do until 11 p.m. and then you're under this rule. I think there are several requirements in the CUP regarding how you manage the music.
Yeah, and I think, Ralph, you need to go through that very carefully.
I have it,
with
yeah,
them.
and I think sort of the short answer is that I think the decibel level that's been established by planning and code is acceptable for purposes of both the noise ordinance and the CUP conditions at all times. If that's not the case,
I just have to clarify that what we met on was regarding the noise ordinance and the 100-foot separation at the time we were out there. If somebody was in it could be the case that somebody inside the apartments at that level would satisfy the requirements of the noise ordinance, but if it's audible inside their apartments, that would be a violation. We were not able to access inside their apartments, so we cannot determine that, and we have not received complaints.
right, and if that were to arise, we'll make sure it doesn't happen.
Right, and if somebody complained, they would let the code in there to see, right?
Well, we can't say what they would do, but
But there haven't been complaints from that building. That's
right.
about
We have.
okay.
The board may remember we did receive a letter from that building a few months ago when this was first scheduled for a progress report. I think they were not aware that they already had received the approval of the CUP. I advised the manager that if there are complaints, to let us know.
Okay. And,
We made them aware. I made them aware of the specific conditions.
okay, and
in
have
the
there been,
CUP.
but there haven't been any yet?
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so I voted in favor of voted in favor of what we're talking about here today, and I thought it made sense, and I still think it makes sense as long as you're willing to be very proactive in complying with the CUP as it is currently written. And I'm open to suggestions from the board on what we do over the next 90, 120 days.
That's what I'm suggesting, that we give them 60 days, and if there's one conviction of a violation, they are point blank agreeing to a 30-day revocation of their entertainment license.
My concern is our ability to do that. So do I have to set another modification hearing to do that, or could we set that today and just keep them on a modification hearing until that time?
We have the modification now. I would suggest we continue the modification till the February meeting. We can evaluate it then.
How about March?
Could we go a little longer than that?
Yeah, 60 days. Let's
60
do
or 90 days, yeah.
Or 90, I don't care.
I would say 60 to keep them on their toes and
All
make
right.
sure we don't have
All right.
violations.
60 days, and again, I know there's complaints, but if there's an actual citation issued that's convicted, then, because I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but then, like I said, enough's enough. I trust that was aberrational, this last violation, but going forward, let's keep it totally clean. Let them make some money during the holidays or during the season, and hopefully they don't, we don't have to impose that revocation. But there's an agreement on the record that if there is, then, because they wanted us to do that today, we're going to give them 60 days, see what happens.
Right.
And then it's a 30-day revocation.
Yeah, just imagine you're ice skating in Central Park and the ice is like razor thin, and you make one wrong step, the ice collapses.
They want you to succeed.
Totally understood. Cold water.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just a question.
And please utilize Ralph, because he knows this inside and out. He's very, talented at what he does. And
just a question, if he gets a noise violation but it's under appeal, we're not going to...
yeah, it's got to be a conviction. Yeah, that's the only fair way to do it.
Or could we use an admission, like if they admit that it was
They're not.
a violation?
They're going to
An admission or a conviction, either one.
An
I'll just reiterate, if the business plan is not contingent on attracting people with loud music, then you should be able to easily comply with this CUP, and I hope that you'll do that.
Okay.
So just to be clear, so we're clear, 60 days of a continuing modification hearing.
Correct.
So for the next 60 days, any violations that take place, whether noise ordinance convicted or a violation of the CUP itself, not related to the noise violation, I'd like to make sure that's clear, because my concern isn't so much the noise violations alone, it's the clear violations of the conditions of the CUP that I want to make sure you follow. Secondly, I just want you to be aware, you made a comment that the noise ordinance only applies after 11 p.m., but that's not really the case. So I want you to speak to your attorney to make sure you're fully aware of what happens during the normal course of the day versus how that standard changes after 11 p.m. So you're fully aware that that noise ordinance is in effect 24/7. It's just a different standard after 11 p.m. I looked on your website. I know you have a nice pool party taking place on Saturday, so it'll be really important for you to talk with your attorney. Make sure you understand what that noise ordinance is during the day and that you're following that standard. I'm glad you're using decibels, because as an operator, I think that's really the only instrument you have to help you understand what your noise levels are compared to what they normally are when music's not playing. But just understand that decibel isn't going to save you when a noise ordinance or when a code inspector comes out. It's really going to be on a case-by-case basis, depending on all your surrounding noise and everything that's going on in the area. But I do agree that the decibels will help you manage that noise level a little bit better.
I just have another question. You're the owner and the operator, and so would you say that the people come for the food or for the music, or both?
I think the music adds to the ambiance of the establishment, but the way we don't have loud music all the time, right? There's a very small period during the week.
No, if your restaurant were running without any music whatsoever,
it would hurt us a lot. Yeah.
Would it? It would hurt you a lot,
Yeah.
but so people don't come primarily for the food.
They come for both. Yeah, I would say.
come for-
I mean, we have good food. You're more than welcome to taste it if you want.
All right, we got to move on. So I'm going to pass the gavel to him and make a motion that.
Before, I'm sorry, I think Mr. DeVecchio wanted to speak.
Public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted to speak on this item.
Frank Delvecchio, 301 Ocean Drive. I don't dispute. I understand the direction you're going, but I think the question that has been answered about the distance at which, after 11 p.m., the prima facie case is made that any noise that is audible is a violation. The section of the noise ordinance that establishes the criteria and the 12 categories that are included, one of which are power tools and landscaping, which a question was asked. Only one of them applies to the conditional use permit you ordinarily issue for an entertainment location, and that is 46-152B, which is playing or operating any radio, receiving set, television set, musical instrument, phonograph, or other machine to reproduce sound. That is what you're regulating. And prior to 11 p.m., a code officer has to determine that it was unreasonable, unnecessary, or excessive. But after 11 p.m., it specifies that the operation of any of the such foregoing instruments or devices between the hours 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. in such manner as to be plainly audible at a distance of 100 feet from the building, structure, or vehicle in which it is located shall be prima facie evidence of a violation of this section. Now, by information and belief, because I've been involved in this for 23 years, it is often difficult after 11 p.m. for a code inspector who comes to differentiate if there's a strip of clubs or entertainment establishments from which one it is coming. And the standard really applies to 100 feet or more. So positioning oneself at 80 feet in order to determine whether it's plainly audible does not trigger the operation of this provision of law. It has to be at 100 feet or beyond. And in my experience, having made several such complaints with great effect, it really, the businesses stopped doing it. Sometimes the code inspector could only differentiate the cacophony of noise, all the violations, by first determining the type of music that was the songs, the rap, the bass that was being played, and be able to write on his code report that I was able to distinguish between the different venues by the clear music that I knew, my Latin music or whatever it was. That puts a burden, of course, on enforcement. The other point, which is Mr. Andrade, who's very good at appealing, mentioned a few complaints, but the code supervisor said there were 11 complaints. So it was not simply code, it was that residents had to call in and become involved. Now, the specifics of your entertainment conditional use permits really use the words valid complaint. and as I will point out in a subsequent presentation, valid means exhaustion. The applicant is able to exhaust
All
his
remedies.
legal remedies,
Correct.
which are appearances before the special masters, at least two continuances which can be extended, and an appeal to a court of competent jurisdiction. And Mr. Andrade is very effective at utilizing that provision. So until you can exercise your conditional use permit criterion of a valid noise complaint, the applicant does have many avenues. But if he's agreed to a certain condition here, which sounds to me very reasonable and enforceable, I think he's waived those avenues. Thank you.
Yeah, but Mr. Del Vecchio, the issue is also, though, that he brought in speakers that violate his CUP. So I agree with what you're saying, but that's why when I opened,
I'm going to cover that in my motion.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but
no,
I had no issue with hearing the other arguments, but I mean, he's bringing in a separate, sound system which violates the CUP. And then just because of the sensitive nature of it, that's really the core essence of what my issue is.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion is to bring them back in 60 days for a modification hearing or revocation hearing, and an agreement by council and the owner that if there is a violation or an unrelated violation of the CUP, then they're agreeing to an automatic 30-day suspension.
Can you just include the conviction portion that?
Yeah, convicted of the offense. Yeah.
And just to be clear, we're continuing the modification, so it's still in effect for the next 60 days.
Yes. And hopefully in 60 days, you come here and you're completely clean.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
thank you very
All
much.
right, well, I got to get a second.
Do I have a second?
Can I get a second?
Well, I have a
Who made the
question.
motion?
Does this need to be?
Or I passed the gavel to
Okay.
Daniel. I made the motion.
Does this need to be unanimous to pass?
No, we need
Okay,
four.
then I'm a no because it's not the third meeting. It's like the fourth or fifth.
Okay.
And from the moment we approved the CUP, there were concerned members of the public. I understand it's a neighbor, but we said we'd be vigilant about it, and I feel we said we'd be vigilant about it last month, and you're back again. So for that reason, I'll be a no.
Well, I haven't called a vote yet. Do I have a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay.
Oppose.
So it's
So, I'm sorry, how many are opposed?
4, and 3 against.
So
It carries.
it passes.
Okay.
It's a continuance.
All right.
Thank you. Have
Thank
a nice
you.
day.
Okay, the next is a new application. Planning Board File 190325, 1234 and 1260 Washington Avenue. Page 51 of your books.
I think we have a request to take up the Sunset Harbor item first.
We do? Who's making that request? Okay, no problem. All right, so because we have so many people here for a specific item, we're going to go to code amendments. It's the last one on the agenda. Planning Board File 190337, Sunset Harbor Alcoholic Beverage Establishment Regulation.
Okay, and this staff report begins on page 83 of the board packages. This ordinance pertains to the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. Back in 2016, the City Commission modified the city code in terms of hours of operation to restrict the hours of alcoholic beverage establishments, to lower the hours from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. There was an exception included in that ordinance, which was for projects that had obtained a land use board approval or a BTR prior to August of 2016. So what this ordinance does is basically take away that exemption, requires all alcoholic beverage establishments to close. This will be inside and outside, to close at 2 a.m. And this applies only to alcoholic beverage establishments in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. We are recommending that the Planning Board transmit this to the City Commission with a favorable recommendation.
Okay, Michael, just so I understand, so this would apply to the entire neighborhood?
Correct.
But if my understanding is correct, right now, is Purdy Lounge the only venue that is open till 5?
I believe so.
Okay, all right. but it would be a
So
blanket.
nothing else will be grandfathered, nothing will be grandfathered if
And they're
Purdy
not,
closes.
are they not grandfathered?
No, they're not, because the city has the authority, and Nick can clarify, the city has the authority to modify the hours of operation under the state for
Retroactively.
alcoholic beverage establishments.
Okay.
We have some of our really broadest legislative authority as to the hours of sale for alcoholic beverages. The case law on this issue is consistent that no business has a vested right or grandfathered
Okay,
as
so
to
legally-
as to hours. Yeah.
Okay.
So nobody is the proposal wouldn't impact a business's ability to serve alcoholic beverages. It merely relates to the hours, the narrow issue of the hours.
And my question just specifically, did we do the research to confirm that there's no other businesses operating past 2 a.m. in Sunset Harbor? I remember a CUP we did maybe about a year ago for something on Bay Drive on the corner in that neighborhood.
That's
And they never opened up.
Stillsville,
Not Stiltsville, it was
Lucali?
another.
Well, Lucali had grandfathered entertainment, but I don't know what
what
their
about the
hours of
woman who
operation-
came without a land use attorney, and opened up a new place?
Oh, that was Stiltsville.
No, I was behind Stillsville.
Right. Right,
It's
it's where the burger place.
two-story place.
Oh yeah, that's already
That's
closed.
closed? Okay.
That didn't make it.
It's now an Indian
I'm sorry,
vegan. It's now an Indian vegan restaurant.
Oh, it is, okay.
Oh, but they have a lounge upstairs. Are they the old burger and beer space?
I think all that is expired. I don't think that they have any approvals for that.
Okay, so that's 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, right.
Okay.
So if Purdy closes, which they've announced that they will,
They can have entertainment.
and
so-
this passes, the whole neighborhood will be 2 a.m. period.
So they're
Correct.
grandfathered for entertainment
That's
and a liquor license, but the law gives you the right to change the hours because it's
Right,
alcoholics.
provided that it's not closed without any operation and they get a BTR within 183 days, and comply with the requirements for the continuation of nonconforming uses, then that can continue to operate with entertainment, which will be nonconforming in the neighborhood until 2 a.m.
Right.
But that's only
regardless
as to
of
the use. That's not as to the hours.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can be a non-conforming use if they find a tenant within 180 days.
Right.
Okay, but the hours, no matter what, can be changed.
The hours will take effect on the effective date of this ordinance.
Okay.
So non-conforming as to entertainment, but they would have to comply with the 2 a.m. in that location, the Purdy Lounge location?
Correct.
Okay.
So just to recap, Sunset Harbor entertainment is not permitted. We're now going to change the hours to 2 a.m.
Regardless.
For alcohol
Right,
service.
For alcohol service.
Right.
Someone wanted to stay open as a restaurant till 5 a.m., they could do so?
No.
Right. So 2 a.m. hours of operations, not
Across
just the
the
sale
board?
of alcohol, but I'm talking across all ordinances of the city. No business can operate past 2 a.m. within Sunset Harbor neighborhood.
An alcoholic beverage establishment.
Alcohol,
Okay.
right.
So any
Coming back,
restaurant.
So if a
Alcohol.
restaurant wanted to stay open till 5 a.m., can they do so without
No.
selling alcohol?
Yes.
Okay, that was my original question. So the only remaining entertainment establishment is Purdy Lounge. As you mentioned, if a new operator comes in and gets a BTR within 6 months of Purdy closing, they'll be able to maintain their entertainment, but they won't be able to continue selling alcohol past 2 a.m.
What the code says is that alcoholic beverage establishments, whether it's a main use, conditional use, or accessory use, operations shall cease no later than 2 a.m. So, Michael, does that apply to food service also, associated with an alcoholic beverage establishment?
Well, no, I think they can't sell, the only way they could exceed the hours is if there's no alcohol sales whatsoever.
Okay. I think that was Daniel's question.
So, in other words, the only way entertainment can continue will be at Purdy, and that is if someone comes, leases a space, applies for BTR within 6 months, and at that point, they still won't be able to operate past 2 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, who's here to speak on this?
I should note that we received probably dozens of letters in support of the ordinance, which I forwarded along to the board members.
I'm just worried because I know they all want this place to stay open until 5. I'm afraid we're going to.
Hi, Bruce Backman, 1800 Sunset Harbor Drive. I am a member of the SHNA board, but I'm also primarily speaking for myself. Just to clarify, Lucali also has an entertainment license valid till 2 a.m., and there's no argument with that at all. This would just put the Purdy Lounge on the exact same status.
Yeah, what Daniel was saying is going forward, no one else is allowed to have entertainment. They were grandfathered in, but there is an ordinance on no new venue will ever have entertainment.
Yeah, and this just will establish 2 a.m. as the closing time for everything in the neighborhood. I'm sure you live in our neighborhood, how much trouble we've been suffering from the clientele of the Purdy Lounge. And that is the issue that's not covered by, of course, the noise ordinance. It is covered only by police action. There's been numerous fights. Just this past weekend, I spoke to our desk staff. Not only were people drunk out screaming in front of the place at 3 in the morning, they urinate in our bushes. They use our property, 1800 Sunset Harbor Drive, the South Tower, as a bathroom. Then they high-five each other, and they go back to the bar. It is just unreasonable to allow an irresponsible business model to be subsidized by the city, in effect, because they have to bring the police in, and yet it damages our property values as well as our quality of life. The residential towers were built before the Purdy Lounge, the North Tower in 1996, South Tower in 1998. The Purdy Lounge did not open until 2000. We do not want to be a mixed entertainment district. It's incompatible with our narrow streets. Our street is only about 43 feet wide, plus the sidewalks. And the noise from that crowd just echoes. It woke me up last night again. And yeah, I put in new impact windows, which usually keeps it off.
This is an unrelated matter, but I remember a while ago, didn't the commission order that they have a full-time security outside and they cleaned up?
They did on the weekends.
Nothing to do with this ordinance, because I don't think we have much opposition. But did it get any better? I live on the other side, so I don't know.
What happens all the time is they do it, and then as the pressure builds off, they dismiss them.
Lax.
And this has happened 4 times. And again, they're gone. No, we haven't. There has not been police on there for now a year now.
Right.
About a year. So it's again and again. It's the crowd that comes out of locality. Occasionally I've heard people say that there's noise from locality, but it's never crowds at 2, 3, 4.
Right.
And afterwards it just quiets down, and they attract a decent clientele, and they're basically an asset for the city. People that come between 2 and 5, they often arrive already drunk. I see them on the party buses. They're drunk and they come out, and you can imagine the state when they leave. It's even worse. So just bring it into conformity. We can live with what would be there, but 2 o'clock will at least give us some sleep. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah De Los Reyes, Sunset Harbor, president of the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. As you all know, and I presented many times, we've been talking 15 years with this issue that we have. We have now unit owners who rent on that area who said they will not buy on the 01 line, which is right facing the Purdy Lounge. They will not buy an apartment there because of the noise. And thank God that they're leaving, and you guys will pass this. Will be fantastic for us because it's right in front of our building. And no matter what you guys try and what they try, the noise travels up as soon as they get out of the place. Most of the time it's outside of the place, not inside of the place.
Okay. Before you go, is there anyone here that's opposed to this ordinance? Is there anyone here to speak opposed? No property owners? No? Okay. If you are going to repeat what they said, I think we get it.
I just want to make one other point.
Sure, go ahead.
My name is Sue Kilrain. I also live at 1800 Sunset Harbor. I have met with Purdy Lounge people multiple times over the last year. And I want to take it from just give you a slightly different perspective, and that's the road that's paved with good intentions. I really found them very accommodating. I met with them. They really wanted to try and find solutions. And no matter what they did and no matter what they agreed to, it never got better. They just could not control the people once they left their establishment. So even though, you may get a very responsible neighbor to come in there.
Can't control the public.
You can't control them, not at those hours of the night.
Yeah, thank you. I know there's others here to speak, but I don't know if it's... Are you here to speak on this, Frank?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a clarification in the event. I didn't see a land use map in your package, but this Sunset Harbor ordinance is specific to the commercial areas which are east of Purdy Ave and south of 20th Street. The reason I bring this up is that the complainants you were hearing live in the residential zone immediately on the other side. So this is regulating impacts on a residential zone and residential neighbors from the commercial zone. That is the same general configuration for the next item you will take up. So I just wanted to make that
Okay.
distinction. It takes into account the impact on the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Got it. Okay. If there's no opposition, I think we're going to close the public hearing. If anyone has any questions or wants to move it.
I just have just a quick comment. I'm excited for you guys. Mr. Del Vecchio is here and led the effort in our neighborhood south of Fifth to do exactly the same thing you're about to do, and it's been very successful. And I'm happy for you guys. So.
I'll go ahead and move this for the favorable recommendation to the commission.
Great. Can I get a second? David, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, passed unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, back to new applications. Planning Board File 19-0325, 1234 to 1260 Washington Avenue.
And this staff report begins on page 51 of the board packages. This is an application for a conditional use permit for an open-air entertainment establishment and an outdoor entertainment establishment, which also constitute a neighborhood impact establishment with an occupant aggregate content in excess of 200 people. This is part of a new co-living hotel project located at 1234 Washington Avenue. There's a separate application that's been filed before the Historic Preservation Board, and I think they're scheduled to go before the board sometime next month. So the applicant's before you for the entertainment that's being proposed as well as the neighborhood impact establishment. 3 venues are proposed with entertainment as outlined on page 57 of the board packages. The first is the ground floor. The hours of operation proposed are 11 a.m. to 5 a.m. Outdoor entertainment along this area is proposed 11 a.m. to 5 a.m. Staff is recommending that after 11 p.m., that all entertainment be limited to ambient background music only. Basically, that would constitute, say, a DJ playing ambient music on the ground floor venue. The second venue is a rooftop pool. The hours proposed of operation are 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. or midnight. Entertainment's proposed during the week, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. So entertainment would stop at 9 p.m. during the week and would go as late as 11 p.m. on weekend. Part of that, or adjacent to that, is the rooftop bar. Proposed hours are 11 a.m. to midnight. Entertainment would stop at 9 p.m. during the week and 11 p.m. Weekend. Now, we are recommending approval of the application subject to the conditions in the staff report. I believe the applicant has agreed to the staff's proposed conditions regarding the hours of operation and hours that entertainment can occur. We did note a concern in the report regarding the residential properties located immediately to the west. This property is zoned CD2 commercial medium intensity. You have a buffer zone of RO buildings immediately to the west on Drexel, and then you have the RM1 of the Flamingo Park neighborhood. So in terms of the residential residents most affected, it would be those located in the residential buildings located immediately to the west on Drexel Avenue. So we do have a condition which, to address the concern, or what our concern is regarding the residents, let me just find that condition here regarding the operation. Just a second. So condition 6F says, and our recommendation is audio from the subject property, including low-frequency vibration, shall not be plainly audible or felt within the interior of the apartment units with the windows and doors closed of the residential buildings to the west of the site at any time. I've also met with representatives or property owners along Drexel Avenue, and I believe they emailed you, I forwarded to you a presentation that they're going to follow up with after the applicant presents, and they're also recommending some modification to our conditions to address their concerns. And the applicant's here to provide their presentation.
So disclosures? Yeah, I was going to do that. Thank you, Michael. Disclosures on this item? Start with Michael.
Yeah, I think received obviously a bunch of emails, spoke directly with Mr. Larkin and Mr. Del Vecchio, and also met with Michael Belushi and Alejandro on the planning staff.
I have no disclosures.
I received a lot of correspondence about this, and I met with Mr. Larkin and his team about
I
this.
did receive some emails, but didn't respond.
I also received emails from Michael Larkin and Frank Del Vecchio, but I haven't replied to anything.
No disclosure of them receiving emails.
Met on site with Larkin, received emails from Frank DeVecchio, and those forwarded to us by planning staff.
And before the applicant begins, since I see some new faces, if anyone has not yet been sworn in and you intend to testify, please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Michael.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant, Urban LLC, Rishi Kapoor, Vivian Bonet, and Angel Garcia. Ultimately, there are architects from Tuzet Studio, Carlos and Jackie Tuzet. With regard to traffic, we have Joaquin Vargas. With regard to sound, we have Sam Schroyer and my colleague, Emily Balter. As you all know, Washington Avenue needs help. That's why they established the Washington Avenue bid and adopted the Washington Avenue overlay, not once, but significantly altered it within the last year. Urban sees this need and is willing to invest $50 million in Washington Avenue for their part in the resurgence of Washington Avenue, which includes the expansion of the Anglers Hotel, the 600 block, which is actually under construction, the 900 block, and other types of redevelopment that I think will occur the next year. Their goal is to activate the intersection of 13th Street and Washington Avenue with various types of uses, such as professional office, retail sales, service establishment, restaurants, as well as hotel and residential options. Just to be clear about the scope of the development program, we're talking about 56 hotel rooms, 49 co-living units and suites, 2 micro retail bays, 2 restaurants, 1 outdoor bar counter on the ground, 1 outdoor bar counter on the rooftop, along with a pool deck. And just to be very clear about the entertainment venues, Michael had described to you, I'm going to reinforce it one more time. With regard to the ground floor for that entertainment venue, we're asking for hours of operation from 11 a.m. to 5 a.m. No entertainment, however, after 11 p.m. It'll only be ambient background music. With regard to the rooftop pool area, we're asking for 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 11 to 11 on Thursday through Saturday. With regard to the outdoor bar counter, again, asking for 11 to 9 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday, and 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. from Thursday to Saturday. The entertainment venues, as you might imagine, are integral to the success of this project. We provide amenity space for residents and guests, as well as tenants of the office spaces, and is also open to the public. The goal is to have a live, work, wellness integrated here within the property, which includes areas to socialize. The ownership and our team of experts are here to dive into the details of the venues. You're going to hear from our different expert witnesses and all the efforts proposed to mitigate any negative impacts upon our neighbors to the west. With regard to the conditions of approval, Michael is correct. We're basically on board with 99% of what staff has drafted. We just have really 2 modifications. One is to condition 6C, where Sunday was left out. Emily has passed out to you our draft order, so we're reinserting Sunday, and we're saying that it's okay, that it's going to open at 7 a.m. for the rooftop pool. The only other modifications with regard to TVs, we know this can be a jarring experience when you're looking at TV, say, on these Ocean Drive venues, so all we're asking for is the ability to do TVs in the exterior but not visible from the public rights-of-way. So within the cabanas, and if we can situate in other areas of the property that are not visible from the public rights-of-way, then we'd like that opportunity as well. With regard to our neighbor outreach, in addition to the required notice, Urban personally hand-delivered letters to the Condominium Association presidents on Drexel Avenue. Emily has passed out to you all these letters between 13th Street and 12th Street. We have met with the president of the Bayless, that's the one, the Southernmost Condominium Association, and his wife. We addressed their questions and their concerns, and they are in support of the project. There's a letter of support in what Emily passed out to you all. We also met with the Washington Avenue BID, who is in support of this project. We have scheduled meetings with Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association that will occur on Monday next week, and with MDPL to discuss the design of the project. Now I'd like to bring up Jackie Tuzet. She will go through the design of the project, followed by Sam Schroyer. He's our noise expert again, and then finally from Rishi Kapoor, the principal of Urban. Go ahead, Jackie.
Good afternoon. Hi, Jackie Tuzet, Principal, Tuzet Studio. I understand that we have a limited time, so I'm going to take you through the abbreviated talk, but I also have a full digital presentation in case you want to go over any of the details of the design that have something to do with other than the topic at hand. Michael has asked me to limit my presentation to 5 minutes just to talk about the project. So
No need to listen to Michael.
No one does. Can you hear me if I speak?
There's a
You need to do
yeah,
it for the
no, you
record,
need the mic for television. You're being watched by millions.
It's next to, yeah.
Why don't you, so everybody else can see, you can put the...
Let me ask a quick question before you start. The building to the south will be renovated. The building to the north is brand new. Is that
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
All right. The building to the south is not classified as historic now, so we're reclassifying it to historic, and we're going to renovate it. So the building to the south is a post-war modern building, and it was not characterized as historic. So we're asking Historic Preservation Board to reclassify it from non-contributing to contributing.
Okay, that's why you're going before HPV.
That and for the new construction as well.
Let me, just to clarify that, let me just show you the context so you can see. Where do I click? Not happening. Where do I point? All right, that's why I like old tech. I'm going to do the boards.
The millennials know how to do the clickers. I do not.
Why don't you? Got it. Okay. Down? Yeah. All right. So, just so everybody can orient themselves, we are between the post office building, 13th and 12th, on Washington Avenue, between Washington and Drexel. I'm excited to be here to present this project. This is a launch for a new brand, Urban Retreat. So this is their hospitality arm of their brand. They're bringing it to Miami Beach, and they asked us to be their architect, mostly because we really love the area and we understand the architecture, and they wanted a Miami Beach-inspired brand. We are between two signature Miami Beach buildings, which is a post office and a really beautiful 1950s MIMO building, which we are restoring. You can see, this is just to really quickly show you the modification that we're doing to the site. There's an existing retail building that we are taking out. I won't take you through that because that's going to be for HPB, but it's a single-story retail building that we believe has been significantly altered. The original facade and the original geometry no longer exists, so we weren't able to find much of the original fabric there. But on the other side, we do have this, the office building, which we are restoring fully, and we're going to bring it up to code. So we're going to keep the exterior features as they are, and wherever we need to introduce glazing behind the screens and so on to bring it to code, we will be doing that. That's for another board, but just to give you an understanding of the project. When we started to look at the project, the inspiration, as I said, was Miami Beach, and what we really love about Miami Beach are the colors and the playful forms, and we have a streamlined modern building on one side of us and a MIMO building on the other. And, sorry. And so we looked at some of the elements that we consider to be kind of...
Stop. Who designed that second picture?
The second picture is the building to the... That's the name of...
I know it's an existing building.
What's the name of their...
Do you know who the architect was?
I do, and I'm sorry.
I don't have it with me.
Give us 1 second.
Is this photograph here?
That's a newer building. This is just like an inspiration board, but the middle one is on our site. Do you have the name?
Okay. Is that, what are you doing with that?
That one we're going to keep and restore the metal where as needed. It's in pretty good shape. The glazing behind it is not to code, it's not impact, so we're going to have to replace the glazing, but it's going to be matching the original lines of the building.
So the architect is Maurice Weintraub, date of construction 1961.
Yeah. So, and then so what we're showing this is because of the inspiration that we took from the building. So on the other side is the post office, which has the beautiful keystone framing. It has the copper roof. And we just love the terrazzos and the brise soleil that these kinds of buildings from the 50s and 60s employed, and that's something that we wanted to bring into the building. When we talk about doing a 21st century version of this, though, we try to do the materials out of the color from the actual materials. So we've been looking at copper as one of the materials that we're going to be using on the corner, and bringing in color from Miami Beach from the historic palette, but using sort of fresh new materials. And then these are some of the elements. We like the holes where the palm trees grow, so we have that as an element in our arrival. We thought the breeze block for some of the utilitarian buildings could be elevated by use of color and more modern patterns, so we were looking at that as well. And then finally, what we're really excited about, in addition to kind of making reference to Miami Beach, is kind of taking it to the next level of what the buildings need to do in the future as far as climate change. So we're really concerned about shade and concerned about temperature increasing, and we're also concerned about what to do with the water and how to store the water. So a lot of the moves that we made on the site, and you'll see that we step back the building in the project, have to do with this idea of where does the water go. So if we do a front porch, which we have on this project as a major move to kind of start to elevate the building, and we are planning for the freeboard of 5 feet, underneath all of that, we're also having cisterns to collect the water and to store the water. So in the event of any kind of, storm event or hurricane, you can collect the water and then slowly release it so it doesn't overwhelm the adjacent properties. In addition to that, we believe that trees are important infrastructure and they also provide shade. So while urbanistically we like the move of stepping back the building to align with the post office and creating kind of a shady plaza, we also think it's important just to make it comfortable from a temperature control. So that was an important thing. We like to do now, especially, I think it's important that design also have performance in mind. So we're thinking about climate and we're working with Cadence to make sure that those elements are woven into the story of the project as much as the idea.
How much are you stepping it back to align with the post office? How many feet is that? From the front of the retail facade now?
We are, the building is to the setback line, which is 35 feet, and then the retail's kind of stepping, as you can see. We didn't keep the original fabric, but what we did is we stepped back the building itself, kind of recall what was there at one time. And this is elevated, like on an elevated front porch, so we have this ramp that takes you up. And then we separated ourselves from the existing building just to kind of give it some space and also to create rain gardens. So the idea is that the runoff from the buildings would have a place to go, and then underneath this front porch, also a place for the water to go. So we're holding the setback here, and we're holding to the setbacks here, which are...
You're holding the existing setback there?
No, we're holding to the new code setbacks. This is the existing building. This is a new building. So here we're just complying. Yeah. So
you're going to tear down the old retail, and then you're going to build further back from the street. I'm trying to understand how much.
We're at 35 feet.
As compared to what now?
Zero setback for the
Zero.
current.
It's on the C.
Zero. So,
yeah, I can show you.
Okay, so 35 feet is the answer.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jackie, what kind of green technologies are you using in the new construction?
In the construction, so we're going to do rainwater gardens. We're going to do cisterns under the building to collect water. So water's a big deal. The building itself, the skin is going to be a high performance glazing, which has to deal with sun. We have brise soleils where we need it for sun, and we also are proposing solar for the rooftop of the existing building. I believe you're looking for LEED Platinum.
Would that be sufficient to power the building, the solar?
It's not going to power all the building, but the idea for resiliency is to at least get the fans going and get, to limit any kind of mold that would grow after the fact, because mold starts to set in after 24 hours. So if at least we can get the fans moving and power that and get, it's really about limiting loss. You can't necessarily have the AC full blast with the amount of solar blast, but that's the idea, is to get the building to limit damage and to make sure that people can get back in as soon as possible. And the essential services are being run, like elevators and things like that. So that's the strategy right now. I'm going to just jump in. The other thing about the retail is that the client really wanted to do micro retail and local retail. And the idea is, as we all know, the retail landscape is changing. So there's not this desire for these deep retail bays that we have right now that are quite dark. And the idea is to do shallow retail with a lot of outside kind of sidewalk cafes, and then try to do as much indoor-outdoor space as possible that doesn't need to be air-conditioned. That's another thing, trying to limit the amount of AC space that we need. So by elevating this, creating a front porch, and then having, this is one of the entertainment areas that we're discussing. We tucked it way back here, and we sandwiched it between the buildings facing Washington Avenue. We're trying to be sensitive to noise and not create anything that would spill out in this direction. So both entertainment venues that we're proposing, whether it be on the ground floor or on the roof, are all oriented to face Washington Avenue. I'll take you through the project really quickly if I could. The ground floor is the purple, and that is micro retail. On the other side we have a wellness center, and then that little beige portion here is a lobby to the office building that still retains the original shape of that cool little pool that we have, and we're trying to make that sort of a feature that comes into the building as it does right now, and kind of clean up the ramps and all of that are around it, but retain the original shape. So this is going to be a shady plaza with deciduous trees, but this is going to be more of a palm grove, sort of keeping the original design intent. We're also bringing back the flag. We're bringing back some of the elements that were lost from the, when it got restored. So I think this will be a nice urban space that can be both day and night. It can function, and it aligns very much with the post office across the way. This is the. We then have co-living and hotel floors, which are pretty. I can go through them in more detail. Can you help me there? Thanks. So the second floor and the third floor are co-living, and you can see they're just basically smaller apartments that are the roommates are chosen by and help. They help you find kind of a roommate, but they will have living and dining and kitchens and washer and dryers just like any unit would have. They're just kind of small scaled. As Miami and Miami Beach grow up, in order to keep people in this area that want to work here and live here, the size of the units sometimes is one of the things that you can play with, and we've seen that in every major city in the world. And I think it's just a sign that Miami Beach is highly desirable, and people are trying to find alternative ways to come and live here. So that's what this project really is trying to deliver. We're going to keep the office function here. And this is just like a layout that we're looking at right now, different sizes, different kinds. So it could be startups. It could be, if depending on how they lease it, or it could be, one, we don't know yet how they're going to lease it, but it could be, different scale of office buildings. And then the upper floors are going to be the hotel units that you see here. And in between the two, which is this floor, we have the 275 square foot suites. So it's a mix of hotel, 2 floors, and then we have a flex floor, and then we have the co-living floor. And this is all in an attempt to sort of bring down the cost of living here and also to provide extended stay. And I think Rishi can speak more to the operational side of what the market is doing. But as far as the design goes, this is sort of where the idea is to create a building that is harmonious with its surrounding and plays nicely with its neighbors. It steps back so that it doesn't overwhelm the post office.
Everything you just described is in the southern building?
I'm sorry?
You just described the layout of the southern building. You haven't talked about the northern building yet, right?
I did. I mentioned it was office.
Oh, it's going to be office?
Yeah.
100%? The southern building that's correct.
Yes.
The southern building's a mix, and the northern building is office.
So the southern building is the one we're preserving and renovating, and that's going to be the co-work space. It's the new construction that's going to be a composite of hotel use, co-living use, and on the ground floor, the retail, the restaurants, and the outdoor bar counter.
Okay.
Jackie, what's the material on that green part of the
That's a pre-patinated copper panels is what we're proposing.
Copper?
Yeah, that's what we're proposing. We're trying to get the warranty on it, but we really like the look of it. It matches with the roof of the post office and the building across the street.
So it turns green after a while?
It's already green when we install it. It'll never be brown. It's a treatment that they do. They kind of pre-treat it so that when you get it, it's already that light green color that we liked. So we're not going to go through the brown stage and not let it streak. It's just going to be, that color. One of the things we did is we tried to step down the massing as we go towards Drexel. I think the accent shows it best. Can I see it? You can see here we've introduced some landscape elements, a porch element, and the building then steps up. And this is a view of the porch that I was discussing, how it steps up, and it's shielded visually from the street with a Brise Soleil screen that we're designing. So again, even though there's like a little bar tucked down here, our hope is that it's not like right on the street, and it's kind of set back so that it's still part of the action of the street, but it's not fronting, and that was a request from the city to make sure that we visually screened it. The materials, this is a tile mosaic that goes up into white from the same color. We go gray after this height because what we're trying to do is align with the adjacent building so that this line is kind of respected, and then this goes to gray. And then we're designing a series of Brise Soleils as dividers. Screen dividers that are inspired by the Brise Soleil of the adjacent building. So that's really it in terms of the design. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I know that this is not necessarily the scope of this board, but I wanted to make sure I introduce what we're trying to do.
Great. Thank you very much, Jackie. Much appreciated.
Michael,
yes.
while she's up here, could I just ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
So she doesn't have to come back up. I think it's a beautiful design. While you're up here, could you just point out all the outdoor entertainment areas where they're located?
Sure. Let's start at the ground floor. We'll work our way up.
Sure. give me the roof. So
Did you ask outdoor entertainment? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask that as well. Thank you. Yeah.
this is a little outdoor bar, and this is a picture of it right here, and we also have a section of it, so you can kind of understand its relationship to the street.
Yeah.
So the idea is, as I mentioned, we're creating this this front porch effect, and then we're going to create a visual screen, which, after this we raised it even further as per the request of the city. We've now are visually screening all of this from the street, and then so you don't see the bar all the way back here. So that's kind of the scale of it.
And what does that face?
That's facing
This
Washington.
system.
Faces Washington Avenue.
Yeah, this is all of our entertainment's facing Washington Avenue. On the roof side, can I have the roof?
Everything on the first floor faces Washington.
Everything, and behind that is a wall, behind that is a stair, and behind that is back of house. There's several layers of stuff so that it's all kind of forward focused. And then,
How big is that space?
that's about 20 by 20. I don't think it's more than 400 square feet. I have the exact square feet on the plans. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's 556 if you include this outside area. And then the rooftop is, can I have the roof? Can you guys see it from here? Designed with two parts. During the day, really it is for the residents and the hotel guests to enjoy the cabanas. There's going to be a wall here, and we can talk about that further. There was a request to make that wall taller, and we're open to it. But the idea is that all of this is sort of, again, oriented to Washington Avenue and the entertainment district. This is an open frame that is clad with the blue material that I've been showing you, and the bar sits here. And there's a wall behind here, another wall here, and green to kind of screen the wall, because we really didn't want to be looking at a wall from the Drexel side. So we are trying to green as much as we can of this facade, and we're putting walls and layers of walls to kind of help with the noise impact of any entertainment district. And that is...
There's going to be a retractable canopy over the outdoor bar counter on the rooftop, correct?
Yes, correct. This is a section of that. So here's where we were when we started, but we recognize that we've been talking about sound quite a bit with the city and staff, and what we're proposing is to make that a solid wall. We have 8 feet, but we're open to, we had 7 feet, and then we raised it to 8, I believe.
Right.
But that's something that we'll talk more about. But that's the condition we're talking about.
Concrete wall?
Yeah. Yeah, a solid concrete wall with planting in front of it, because I don't, architecturally we don't really want to see that. But we understand the noise issue, so we're willing to not make it a screen and make it a wall.
Staff is saying a minimum of 7 feet, and we've talked to Jackie and Carlos, and we've talked with Sam Shore. We're willing to go higher than 7 feet at the board's discretion.
Right. Jackie, it's very cool design.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
You guys do
That,
great.
it's just good we're focusing on that, because my understanding that's where the opposition is going to come in. so-
Correct. Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate your testimony.
Really nice architecture.
Thank you, Jackie.
Very nice.
Next up,
Talented and articulate as usual.
better than her husband for sure.
Yeah, much better than her husband.
So next up is Sam Shore. He's become a well-known.
You can fire him,
Sam has become a well-known noise engineer in the last couple of years, and so I'd like to invite Sam up to offer his testimony.
Michael, how much time do you think you'd like for your presentation?
Sam, 5 minutes, and Rishi Kapoor, the principal, 5 minutes, and that's it.
Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, Sam Schroyer with Edward Duggar Plus Associates out of Stewart, Florida, 1239 Southeast Indian Street. Try to be quick but thorough here. So most of these applications are existing buildings. We don't really have a chance to give our input as to the design, and audio systems are usually in place, and there's not much to do there. Usually the people who install those can't be tracked down. This is one of the rare situations we haven't had in quite some time where we're actually, there's not a building and we have more flexibility as far as what we can recommend be implemented into the design to help with the noise potential issues. Just going back through these things. In our original report, we had we looked at the shape of the building, the configuration, the location of the different areas that have the sound sources. It's kind of an L shape. There are raised sections which will help to, it's somewhat contained, not fully contained, not fully enclosed in certain portions. That would be the eastward side of the property. which certainly helps. As Michael referenced, we have walls which will also obstruct the path, the line of sight between noise sources on the east side of the building as well as the receivers on the west side of Drexel Avenue. The bar was initially concerning, but we were able to, that was rearranged at some point, and there's more walls than there were initially, so that goes back to, the fact that the design was fluid at the time that we came in, and corrections have been made, design modifications have been made to better our cause as far as the sound goes. No AV system has been designed up until this point. It's not typically done at this stage in design. That's not something that we do, something we would look at if it were there, but without having that, as it was noted by, I believe, Arpeggio, there's not much that can be done as far as the specifics of the modeling. No precise, accurate model can really be, made without that information, but estimates, certainly. So what we did was we provided a list of, recommendations and things that can be done to ensure that, a competent AV installer and designer could look at what we've recommended, design a system around these basic ideas, and then have a controllable system that is appropriate for the space, given its configuration and the relationship between the properties to the west and the 7th floor rooftop, that is, including, careful use of any larger speakers, locations, positioning. You want to direct sound eastward, not to the west. So one idea was, mounting them on the wall that's behind the cabanas, facing eastward, not westward. Distributed systems, small speakers, controllable zones, orientation, one house system used by everybody, management, access to volume, nobody else, all the typical stuff, really. So the peer review was generally, they agreed with our recommendations, and they recommended that we perform tests, which was not explicitly stated in our original report, which was an oversight, but we did say, locked levels, management access, which we essentially, to do that, you would have to do the tests. We just didn't explicitly state that, but that was the intention. So then, we provided a response. I'm not sure if that made its way into the staff report. I certainly didn't see it referenced, but Arpeggio and us have essentially been on the same page this entire time, and we just provided some clarifications and agree with the testing. Let's see here. Again, it really just comes down to how the system is designed. We've recommended competent not installers, but designers who we trust to, follow the recommendations and design a sound system which is appropriate for this space. And that's the idea. So we hope to stay on top of that and stay involved and ensure that is done. The last time we were able to do that, I believe, was I Love 305, which I know is referenced quite a bit around here as far as a place that managed their sound appropriately. That's a good example of when we were involved in this stage of the process where we had that flexibility to be able to coordinate with the audio system designer. So that's the intention here. And, again, we have some 10-foot structures on the roof, and I believe there will be some additional 8-foot structures. I think the minimum was 7, but we're at 8, so that will definitely help.
Okay, Sam.
Anything
else? Nothing. That's
So,
good.
I saw the report and their peer review, and there's really no conclusions here. I mean, they're wild guesses. It's really what I read. The conclusions here in the peer review is that we don't know. We don't know because we don't have a system. We don't. So, we're asked to approve certain things when they're wild wags, right? They're guesses.
Right.
A couple of things. First, that's why there's a condition in the staff report that says that the system will be tested, I think even before the BTR would issue for this space. So that's one layer of protection. And then the second layer of protection is the condition which caused me unease at first about not having any noise at any time be plainly audible within the units of the residents that are living on the west side of Drexel Avenue. But after giving it some more serious thought, I thought that was an appropriate and fair condition. So those are two great layers of protection, because the building's just not built yet, so we're faced with that impossibility.
Okay, so maybe someone could explain to me this, because I don't know the answer to this. If let's say we said no right now, right, because we're just not sure, right, until you are able to install a system, test a system, and ensure that the system is fine for the residents, what's the damagers? Does the project not happen if you don't get this right now? Because it seems like we can kick the can down the road, because this is what this report's doing. This report is kicking the can down the road a bit, and I love this project. I mean, it's pretty awesome, but we're being asked to give something we have no clue how it's going to work.
Can I add to that thought? How were you instructed? I mean, possibly you said that when you first started and I missed it, but what's the mission? I mean, what were your goals?
So if we had a audio system that was designed, the first thing we would do, we would look at that, and we could use that information to be able to come up with, specific levels, coverages, where the sound is going to be directed, all that information, solid information that we could use to further investigate and where that sound is going to go, how it's going to move off the property, how it's going to move throughout this property. Without that, there's too many variables. If I had a noise source, a generator or something, I know it produces X decibels. I know, all these, I can use that concrete information. If I had an ordinance as well with that, those concrete levels that operated on concrete decibel levels, this would be a very straightforward, process as far as these reports go. We don't really have that here, so all we can rely on is the information that's presented by the audio system, which is not, I understand why they haven't done it yet in this point of the project. And then, it's just a matter of, it's pretty straightforward. Just control it in a manner that's appropriate for the space, given its environment, its location. If this were a bare rooftop, just flat, no walls, anything, it'd be a much different story. Given the architectural features for this property, the design certainly helps it. So,
I would say too that just 1 second. Without parameters, you're right. This would just be open-ended, and there's no criteria to review except the noise ordinance. That's why I think it is important and critical that we have standards that we can measure, like that it not be audible within the units of the properties to the west. That's something we can measure and make sure that it either meets that condition or it doesn't. If it doesn't, then the sound system has to be modified to comply with that condition. I know the neighbors are going to be requesting that it not be audible with the doors and windows open or after a certain time. So I think as long as we have some sort of standard that we can go out there and measure, staff will go out there, they'll design the sound system as part of this construction based on what the parameters that they think are going to satisfy these requirements. We do the field testing, and then we can fine-tune it. It's a matter of adjusting the volume or the levels.
So you reverse engineer into it, basically. You set the parameters and then design around that.
When we indicated there were going to be 2 possible entertainment areas, staff raised concern about how we were mitigating the sound. We don't obviously have an operator or the actual sound system left, but it's been very valuable to get at least some criteria to minimize and to make sure the sound's focused towards Washington, and basically establish criteria for the project. So when that is in place, there's some standards that we're trying to make, and there have been helpful input at this stage to kind of shape the architecture about walls and so on, things that we can do with architecture to mitigate, at least in the bones of the building, if you will, how to make the architecture help out with that effort instead of coming in after the fact and trying to just do it with technology. So this is kind of the first step, and which is appropriate in schematics, is to establish what the criteria is.
I would also just suggest, this is also part of it's not just a hotel, which is typical, like the Fairwind was a hotel, transient residents all the time. This is actually people living here. So I think they're also going to be bound by try to make sure that they don't create a disturbance for the residents of the property itself. And maybe you guys can speak to that. I think the owner had spoke to that before.
Right. So thanks. I'm going to invite Rishi up. So next up, and our final speaker is Rishi Kapoor. He's the principal behind Urban, and he's going to talk about his desire to come to the beach and his sensitivity to the neighbors of the West and what his vision of urban is for this location.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for having me today. We are extremely excited to be bringing urban to the city of Miami Beach. We've worked for 6+ months on legislation, and as you can see, a gorgeous project and a $50 million investment that we're going to be making into Washington Avenue, which I think is the right place to be spending these dollars. So, we're excited to be here, excited to work with you all, and most important is I'm beyond excited to be able to bring an accessible price point and an example of a progressive housing solution that is being advanced all over the world. And we've selected Miami Beach, and specifically here in South Beach, to be able to bring that offering. Everything I'm here today to speak about is about community, the balance and health within it, and the opportunity for happiness for people having a higher quality of life by saving commute times, spending less dollars on rent, and living and enjoying their local community. I've made this my mission and my life's work to bring to communities across the globe. We're going to talk about co-living, which is obviously passed for this neighborhood in the fall of this past year, but I also want to spend some time talking about our project's specific merits, the features of it, and why the social activation spaces that we are considering today, these outdoor entertainment venues, are so important for the viability of attracting the customers that we believe will use this housing solution to our project. So I'm asking you, after I go through that, to please keep in your mind to support this, the first co-living project in South Beach, and also to vote yes today so that we can move forward with certainty and remain on schedule so that we would be able to start construction ideally next year. So what is urban? Urban, we came up with URBIN, the way that you see it spelled, is because it's about inclusion in the urban core. We're trying to solve the problems of affordability, sustainability, and mobility. And what I mean by mobility is giving a rising generation people the option to be able to have a hotspot, a backpack, and a laptop and travel and work anywhere they want throughout the world. The economists called it the rise of the roaming empire. And that's exactly who we are catering to as part of the audience. But in addition to that, think about our service professionals that are priced out of living in high-demand neighborhoods of Miami Beach, the people that are working in bars and restaurants and hotels. Think about the teachers in the neighboring schools. Think about the municipal workers that work for this great city that spend too much of their income, on rent. Am I okay to continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And the idea here is that in addition to those, we have a desire with our co-working side of the project to also have incentivized artist and entrepreneur housing. And I'll talk about that in more detail as well. The average price point, as well as the median for our surrounding area, is $2,000 a month for an unfurnished studio or small one-bedroom apartment. And that's often for dated housing and not at today's standard of what many people are seeking for comforts in 2020. So for us, what we have found is that people are increasingly willing to exchange what we call personal space for community space. And micro and co aren't dirty little words, but they're successful solutions for people that are priced out of these locations. So we came up with that legislation, and thankfully the city was supportive of that in the fall. But ultimately for us, it's also about making sure that the people that we want to attract to make the project viable, because we have an extended stay hotel as a part of the project. And part of that is people wanting to be in the Washington Avenue Entertainment District. That is why you are choosing to live here or vacation here. You're not trying to go to, I think the city has done a great job creating pockets for different residents. If you want a quieter environment, you have areas to go for that. If you want, you guys today just passed support for potentially carrying over that to Sunset Harbor. you have areas to find that kind of lifestyle. But Washington Avenue and the overlay that was created in the entertainment district was specifically created to help foster this type of activity. And the people that want to live in our building are looking for entertainment into the evening. We were sensitive to staff's various recommendations and the neighborhoods that we met with. We sent letters to every neighborhood association. I personally went to any meeting where people responded back to our request to meet with them, to sit down and hear concerns. And that was important to know, principal to principal or principal to resident, that we wanted to hear what the concerns were, but also understand how we're going to address them. But having these opportunities for our residents is important, but then also for the extended stay user in our hotel. We have a work facility in the building, as my colleagues had already described. So imagine a lifestyle now that we are enabling, where a customer from Europe or South America, from anywhere in the world says, you know what, I want to come spend 3 to 4 months out of the year in Miami Beach, and I want to be in the best neighborhood. So you have a place to live, you have a place to work, you have a place to seek wellness, and you have a place to have an entertaining lifestyle. And that's why when people abroad think about Miami Beach or Florida, they're thinking South Beach. My family's from India, and the only thing I ever say is I moved to Florida, and the response was, "Oh, tell me about South Beach." You know, that's the excitement, that's the stigma in a positive way that's out there. So we want to play into that for people that are looking for that kind of lifestyle. And I feel like we're doing this on a very controlled basis. I mean, you're talking about approximately 100 bedrooms between extended stay and co-living. And as the board had previously noted, we're not looking to create conditions that drive out our own residents. So from a market standpoint, we have legal compliance that we have to stay in tune with, and we also have market compliance of our own residents being comfortable within our building. We're not going to drive ourselves out of business. So I think that it was really important that we listened to our community. We modified the hours that we were initially seeking, and I just ask you to please keep in mind today that while we have a great project, and I hear a lot of support for that, and that is the fundamental core focus of what it is that we are bringing, it is also important when you're talking about land that is some of the most expensive in the country, such as here on South Beach, and I'm just being very transparent about this, is that, you know, we also have to be able to have a viable project, and having places for people to be entertained in this neighborhood is important, and it's also important for us to have those sources of income. Otherwise, you're going to see land depreciate in price, and I don't think that's something that we want to see in our community when we have accessible solutions as alternatives. So the bottom line is that this project is helping people. It's building balanced communities, and what I keep saying is fostering happiness. And that, to me, is something that is really important, because at the end of the day, when you take cars off the road and people aren't commuting, you know, there's talk about 40,000 people commuting on and off Miami Beach every day during the work week. And a big part of that is because people can't afford to live here. So you got pollution because of cars. You've got unhappy people spending their time in the cars. And this is about also helping support happiness for those people at different price points. So I thank you very, very much for hearing us today. Thank you for your support of our project, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can I just ask you one
Yes,
question?
sir.
You kept on bringing up price. What is your target price on a bedroom for co-living?
So we offer 3 types of co-living product, and the concept behind that is diversification of price, and then also people get to choose, do I want a more social environment or a more private environment? So we go from the micro units, which is kind of our most intimate offering, and that starts at $1,850 a month for a fully furnished apartment. So the average 900 square foot space, we own a variety of units throughout South Florida, and we furnish many of them. For example, in a prototype that we launched in Coral Gables. And the average cost to furnish an apartment at 900 square feet, you're talking about just over $5,000. So amortizing that and including that in the rent is a huge savings for the people that we are catering to. So that's the one price point. Then we drop all the way down to anywhere between $1,000 and $1,200 a bedroom for a furnished bedroom in a multi-bedroom suite. And again, completely furnished, oversized amenity areas. And I think it is a very strategic A-class offering. Like, this isn't Section 8 housing. This isn't something that people won't be proud to live in at a price point. And the idea is that we wanted to cater to that pricing range through the different solutions.
And there's no kitchens inside the private bedrooms. You don't have a full kitchen, just maybe a microwave, small fridge, those types of things.
So in the micro units that we got approved in the fall, they we want to be a best-in-class operator. So our operating philosophy is that you get all what we call 4 zones of living within the environment. So you have your own private bathroom, your own washer dryer, your own living and kitchen area, and your own bedroom. So that's all inside of 275 square feet as a micro unit. But then in the multi-bedroom suites, 2 to 6 bedrooms, every bedroom, we talked to over 1,000 people, and the ubiquitous number one request was, give me my own bathroom. So we built that into our model, that you have a full service bathroom inside your bedroom. But if you're living in the suite, which is designed to be a lower price point and more social, then the idea is that the rest of the offering, everything, kitchen, full kitchen, common areas, washer, dryer, are located within the confines of the suite. So you're not sharing that, for example, with a floor or with a building. Out of the 1,000 people we talked to, requirement number 2 that we got market feedback was, inside my own suite, please give me laundry facilities, because they don't want it to feel like dormitory housing. And you arrive at a washer dryer and your clothes have been moved, and et cetera. So that's the way that we feel like we've come up with a best-in-class offering.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Could you speak about the hotel just a bit? Is there a flag yet? And what the market positioning will be for the hotel?
So for us, it's going to be self-operated by a brand we call Urban Retreat. And the design behind Urban Retreat is to pick hospitality-driven areas like Miami Beach, like Fort Lauderdale Beach, like the Highlands of Scotland to Telluride, Colorado. And the goal is to put these locations where there are locals that live there. Let me just back up. As opposed to, like, for example, we're building a larger format project in Coconut Grove and in Coral Gables. So this is much more lower impact, smaller design, and it meets the character of the neighborhood. So the idea behind Urban is that flag brand, and then our spin-off for these hospitality areas is called Urban Retreat. So it'll be our flag. And then the goal here is that I think there's enough hotel inventory throughout this section of the city, and our desire is to separate ourselves by offering extended stay accommodations where people are also looking for wellness. We have a 5,000 square foot wellness center on our ground floor, as well as workspace. So the idea is that you get the whole live, work, wellness component in one package, and you don't have to worry about where to go when you want to come into town.
So extended stay, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months?
Yeah, that's the idea, is that we'll tinker with whether it's a 15-day minimum or a month minimum, but that's the idea.
So
a rooftop pool?
Sorry, sir?
A rooftop pool?
Yes, we have a rooftop pool. That's correct.
So would you describe Urban Retreat as a luxury brand? I mean, you mentioned Telluride, you mentioned some pretty high-end places.
I mean, Miami Beach, also many people who aren't in Miami Beach would say that. And I think the idea is that you're catering on the co-live side to the locals that are working there, in the service professionals, in the municipalities, because inside the center, most desirable areas, that's where it's expensive, right? So how do you get people into those communities? It's through a solution like this. But then on the travel time, our ambition is that people are able to pay a membership price, and they have freedom of life. So I can be somebody who is a student, an entrepreneur. My brother's a 55-year-old divorcee, father of 3, who wants to travel the world. And there's an increasing audience of people that says, you know what, I'm used to renting, I want to lease, I want to pay a monthly subscription, and I want the ability to travel, and that's what we're providing.
And Ms. Tuzet, I believe, mentioned micro retail and local retail.
Yes.
Could you add a little color to
100%.
What your vision is for that?
Yeah, so our co-working concept is built on 5 levels of communities. So we're not like a I won't, nothing to any competitors, but we're not a free-for-all like many of the other, whereas it's 50,000 square feet of co-working. So what we do in our space is we divide it into these 5 following communities. Number 1 is a micro retail market. And the idea behind that micro retail market is that we're catering to boutique retailers that are priced out of desirable areas. So for example, boutiques that were on Lincoln Road or on Commodore Plaza or on Miracle Mile who are getting priced out by national tenants and the rise of basically the real estate rents that have forced people out of those areas. So for us, and we agreed to this as part of the legislation, we're taking no national brands as a part of our tenant mix, and they have to be independent, local retailers. Think about a Covent Garden, a Chelsea Market. Those are examples that exist all throughout the world for the micro retail concept. You see them in Wynwood too, and small pop-ups throughout Wynwood. So that's on the ground floor. Every location, including this one, also has a local gardener's market. So the idea is that people can bring in produce, have an opportunity to shop local. There's a place to also dine from the early morning until the evening. And one of the requests we had from one of the neighborhood associations, which we're proud to offer, is that there really weren't so many local promotions, like local nights, on being able to get attainable pricing in these destinations. So that's something that I'm going to be super proud being at the forefront of as well. Then the next part of our co-working, that's the micro retail, is we have artist studios. So every location that we're opening have dedicated space for artists and creatives, because you're seeing people very much priced out of those areas in all of these pockets of South Florida. And then we have a small business incubator and a technology incubator as well. And the goal is that we're not just a space that is real estate over the head. We also provide on-site administration, accounting, marketing, and a business coach that's all there to sit with the entrepreneur and help them with their business.
So you manage this as well. Does this have a name? Is it branded as well?
That's all within the Urban Retreat.
Urban Retreat,
Yeah.
okay. I see.
We keep it super simple. Live, work, wellness. That's it.
Okay. Why don't we open it to the public, and
Thank
then
you.
we can readdress questions. Mr. Del Vecchio. And I want to say a special hi to Jack Johnson back there, former planning board member. How you doing?
Could you take this one down and put it down? Thank you.
Yeah, I saw that in the news. Where? It's a massive earthquake in either Jamaica or Cuba, and the downtown Miami offices were evacuated. They felt it all the way in downtown Miami.
They're expecting a tsunami here.
There's rumors of a tsunami.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Am I on?
Yes.
Thank you. Frank Del Vecchio, 301 Ocean Drive. The neighbors on the abutting street, Drexel Avenue, only contacted me at the end of the week. So unfortunately, I have not had an opportunity to go over this very exciting project concept with them. And I see that the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association, which includes this area, is not going to meet until February 3rd. The design aspects of this are going to go to, and the contributing building and the impact on the historic neighborhood will go to the Historic Preservation Board February 11th. I did a substantial amount of work. Because of the timetable, I did not have an opportunity to go over the details with the neighbors who asked me in, or with the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. I think this whole idea is exactly the direction in which the mayor's Blue Ribbon panel on Washington Avenue revitalization applied itself. I went to all of the meetings, and all of the design aspects that you've seen are terrific. In your criteria, there is only one criterion that really requires your approval, and that is consistency with resiliency. But of course, you have to see how it's configured in order that you can make judgments on impacts of parking, traffic, crowd control. So that's appropriate. Without having gone over the details with the neighborhoods, to my mind and based on my experience in neighborhood impact, I think the entire project with only one aspect merits your approval. And the only aspect that I think, is it Mr. Rishi? What an impressive gentleman with a track record and a wonderful group of consultants. This is something I wish I had an opportunity to go over with him, because I think the one defect in this is the extent of the entertainment, specifically the outdoor entertainment. Occupant load of the entertainment venues totals about 453, of which on the rooftop there would be 349. I was listening carefully to him about his business plan, and I think it's exactly what the Mayor's Blue Ribbon panel and the hundreds of participants were looking forward to: activate Washington Avenue with people who would actually live there, co-living, micro units, exactly. Mr. Rishi was inaccurate in one respect, which may be significant. He said Washington Avenue is in the entertainment district. It's not. The entertainment district extends only as far west as the alley behind Collins Avenue, which is Collins Court. Both sides of Washington Avenue for the 10 blocks is zoned CD2, which is commercial, and only the west side of Washington Avenue, in which this project will be located, is bounded on the west by residential, either residential M1 or residential office, which limits any non-residential to non-impact. So the idea that this is in the entertainment zone really suggests his line of thinking, which I think he should modify. I think his business plan, as he's described it, I think will provide the use of all of the space for all of the residential and hotel units, and will permit quality restaurants on the roof and the rule pool and service to the customers there, with the use of ambient loudspeakers which do not require a permit. Distributed sound, ambient loudspeakers in restaurants and on rooftops need not have your approval. The only reason that, the major reason you're here is because he would like to introduce 453 entertainment patron load on the ground floor, the rooftop, and the pool. I would like him to address the business plan that would include the entertainment not on any rooftop or outdoor area. Right now, he plans to have 100 or so at ground level, fronting on Washington Avenue, which has had a tradition of nightclubs accessible from Washington Avenue. I think this is a good point, because right now everything is on paper, and the impact elements of this, which are the outdoor entertainment, I think can be modified in the fashion I suggested. I tried to do as a lawyer's job. So I know you're giving me a lot of time. I'm not a paid lobbyist. Thank goodness all of this talent is here. But on behalf of residents, I've tried to apply my experience in this for their benefit. Let me hit just 4 quick points. My first point is the developer's business plan. There's plenty of entertainment allowed in the nearby MXC district on the east side of Washington Avenue, but the west side of Washington Avenue, unfortunately, you don't have a map made available to you, but it's a very interesting strip. There are 10 blocks, only 4 of which front on a public right-of-way or an alley, on the opposite side of which is residential, and 6 of us actually abut residential in the Flamingo Park Historic District, Pennsylvania Avenue, and Drexel Avenue. And I think you have to look forward to the precedent this will set. for the entire development of the CD2 Washington Avenue area from 6th Street to 16th Street on the west side. The east side is less impactful because it's bounded on the right by the entertainment district. So I think this can be precedent setting. I'm delighted for the neighborhood. I think I can speak for them that this is a quality operation. That was the first, the business plan, and that's related to my second one, which is you should really, as the planning board, this is the perfect board for this to come to. How can the revitalization plans be best executed, and what the precedent this will set? I think the precedent should be, it's so close to residential, none of your mitigating factors have actually worked. And if you remove outdoor and rooftop entertainment, I think you've got a plan. Will it work for him? He talked about attracting customers. There's plenty of entertainment close by. I hope that his business plan doesn't necessitate maximizing what entertainment brings, which for most venues is maximizing liquor revenue, which is amped up by disc jockeys and the entertainment experience. My third point is these are wonderful presentations that emphasize developers' rights, and I appreciate that. What's missing in the presentations are the property rights of neighbors who rely on the peace and quiet enjoyment of their premises and a reliance on the zoning. And the fourth and most significant thing that if I can point out quickly on my charts. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, I'm going to go through this quickly. Your standards give you the authority as a delegated home rule power from the City Commission to approve conditional use permits. I'm focusing on item number 6, which is necessary safeguards to be provided to protect surrounding property, persons, and neighborhoods. I think as an attorney, you have to give meaning to each of these two words, necessary and safeguards. The controls on entertainment impacts on neighbors are necessary, but none of the safeguards available to you in practice have worked. Order number 17, order number 13, there are two orders you have. One says that there has to be, in order to enforce a noise complaint, it has to be valid. And the procedures for establishing validity are easily defeated by lawyers because of the special master processes, appeals to court, and your staff could actually put together some proof of that by giving all of those modification hearings. You keep coming back and forth. On the failure to comply as a basis for revocation, the important standard here under revocation is if the applicant decides to stand on his rights, you cannot modify or revoke a permit unless it's based on substantial competent evidence. So if his business plan can be modified to include ambient loudspeakers, distributed sound system on the roof, and entertainment indoors, probably where he's already planned it, my judgment is that that would be satisfy the necessary safeguards by all of the controls you would have on the entertainment section, crowd queuing, parking, and traffic impacts. And that's my pitch. Probably this should be continued so the applicant has an opportunity to hear all of the testimony and make a presentation to the entire neighborhood association on February 3rd at 6 p.m. at the PAL headquarters. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
So, Frank, just to clarify a point you're making with the conditional use process, you feel that the work, we can do it now. The thought that later on we can bring them back and further modify based on either revocation or modification or the hope or the fact that there's a valid noise complaint it be difficult. The time is now where you can really set those conditions for approval.
What we've learned is that zoning should be the tool used to channel uses in such a way that you don't have to rely upon a proven negative impact on nearby residential, which is outdoor entertainment. So if I were going to argue, and there was enough money, and I were a practicing Florida attorney, I think an attorney could establish the case that the necessary safeguards that rely on noise code enforcement and substantial competent evidence can be readily defeated and have been. And the actual track record, I think, should be built into your considerations as a planning board for significant projects such as this one. And the staff should give you the data. So you know whether that remedy, the mitigation, is actually efficacious. I don't think it will be. And you'll see, I think this operator is a superior operator, but this is a precedent for the entire revitalization of the west side of Washington Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Sir?
Hello. I've got a...
Yeah, if you could introduce yourself and your address, that would be great.
Yes, my name is Eric Gunnell. My wife and I, Laura, who's here, we reside at 1242 Drexel, apartment number 3, which is really right across from the existing parking lot. Unit 203, yes.
Okay.
I do have this machine here. So in terms of Drexel Avenue, I mean, it's a quiet residential area. It's part of the historic area of Flamingo Park. But although I'm just representing myself, Laura, but we have talked to quite a few of the neighbors. A number of the neighbors are here. We all have concerns over, this proposed development and these entertainment uses. So the issues, I mean, we've got entertainment, we've got noise, but we also have, people with the ability that they could spill out onto Drexel Avenue. We have problems now with, drugs, prostitution or sex. I mean, these are things that we live with now. We appreciate and, we think this concept is good. I mean, we're not arguing with the project itself, as long as it conforms to, the existing zoning going forward. So in terms of, we see that a number of, there should be a number of amendments. We're aware that the Historical Preservation Board is, just to let you know, I mean, we only received this notice 2 weeks ago that this meeting was coming up. Up until then, I had no idea what a conditional use permit is. Given today and, all the presentations from the previous matters, these conditional use permits are something that really has to be properly addressed. So we want to make sure we've got, good planning for the neighborhood and we're not going to be negatively impacted. We enjoy a peaceful environment. So issue number 1, and this is something that relates to the old building on the south side and the new building on the north side. So this is a view from our walkway looking out through our gate across the street. You can see the 3-story, 4-story building on the right, which is remaining, and then the low 1-story building on the left. And there's the parking lot right in front of us. So we've seen the developers' plans. This is what they're proposing. Our biggest, this is an issue here that involves sound and people. We've got the proposed outdoor bar area. We also have the hidden valley on the left towards the existing building, but that whole area is open out into the parking lot, which is a big concern for us. We're worried about people spilling out into the parking lot, spilling out into Drexel Avenue, and causing some of those issues that I talked about. So we don't feel this is really appropriate, good design all, because the existing 1-story building already butts up against the existing building. We don't want to be able to look out through the parking lot onto Washington, noise, disruption, traffic. So here's just the visual, and this is from the architect's drawings. But you can see on the right side is the new proposed building. You got this big gap area in between, and the area coming from Drexel Avenue, I got an arrow through that's open to the parking lot, open through that area, which is going to create a lot of problems for us, and noise, and also people spilling out into our neighborhood, after they're partying or entertaining. So what we're proposing here, and we think this is a very simple fix that can be accommodated, is that the back wall, behind the service areas, as I've marked there, solid back wall, that should really just extend over to the existing building. That whole area should be roofed. So part of the conditional use permits, should it be outdoor? I mean, if it is outdoor, they can have patio doors that open up onto Washington. We feel strongly that we cannot, noise will transfer right through, as well as, people spilling out in our neighborhood. So that's a problem for us. So I think we've addressed the problem, and we've proposed a solution. So I guess, the conditional use permits, we've got 3 establishments that we've heard about, the outdoor bar on the main floor, and we've got the swimming pool and an outdoor bar up on the roof. So we feel strongly that, the noise that could or we're expecting should not impact our peaceful enjoyment of our properties. I mean, as we heard earlier, we are a residential neighborhood abutting the properties. This is not an entertainment area. I mean, if we want entertainment outdoor facilities, we go to Ocean Drive. So we heard from the sound consultants, I believe it was Mr. Duger talk, but, I'm reading the peer reviews report, they seem to dismiss in that the Duger report didn't really have good information or that was necessary, and I think the city of Miami Beach, when they prepared their January 28th letter, agreed that there really wasn't much in that report, which is why the city of Miami are proposing, different noise levels. So we have reviewed the city of Miami's proposal, and they have 6 items in there, and one of the items deals with the degree of sound. They are suggesting that if our windows are closed and doors are closed, we shouldn't be able to hear essentially the music and noise going on. But we don't feel that's acceptable. I mean, why should we sacrifice the peaceful enjoyment of our front yards, our units when the windows are open? We have one of the elderly couples that live on the main floor. I mean, they sleep with their windows open. She wasn't able to be here. She's handicapped. So what we're proposing, and this is really subject to whether or not these conditional use permits are approved, but we don't think they should be, but we feel strongly that the noise criteria of this ambient noise should not be within our units when the windows and doors are closed, but actually should be at the front street, at the front of our property. We've heard from the consultants that, we're not going to be impacted, but, we've really got to, we can't run into potential trouble where, we talked earlier about all this future noise and trying to deal with that. So in terms of, I guess, the biggest problem is up on the roof. They talked about shielding and noise, but, we don't want to be impacted, and that's why, I've suggested this revised noise level, but, is entertainment really needed? All good questions. So one of the things to do with the design, but this also relates to noise and acoustics, is the parking lot. My understanding in reading both the zoning bylaws of the city, and the Historical Preservation Board, is that you cannot have an open parking lot for a new development that fronts onto a street. And we're talking about Drexel Avenue, which is a residential street. So I guess, my thoughts are is that we should have some residential along Drexel that would front on the street. That provides a buffer, a residential buffer, up to the main tower. I mean, these certainly can be co-living units. But as long as, I think it's important that why are we going to the effort of not conforming to the zoning when it seems, in my mind, so easily adaptable to putting in some residential units along the street? So again, you can see on the main floor, it's all parking lot to the west of the building, which fronts onto Drexel, which is largely where the parking lot is now. And this is the second floor. So what I'm thinking, I don't see why we can put some residential along Drexel. It's going to continue the facade. I think that's an important element. We don't necessarily have to lose some of the parking. They can build up those residential units on the second and or third floors, because that height is sort of consistent with the existing residential along the street. So I've marked up this view, which is really from 13th Street and Drexel, looking back at the building that could show how that residential component would look there. And that's going to help reduce noise. It's going to, I think it's important for the neighborhood. So we have a number of other issues. I'll just go through them very, very quickly.
Mr. Chair, how much time would you like to allow?
Less than 5 minutes.
No, I'm asking the chair.
Yeah, take 3 more minutes.
Sure. There are no washrooms even shown on the main floor plan. We agree the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association hasn't heard this. We think they should do that. Now, these items I've all detailed in our letter that we'd sent to Michael, and I believe that he's passed to you, so they can be referred to. So again, I just want to summarize that, we think it's only reasonable that we shouldn't lose the enjoyment of our properties, and, any noise contained is controlled on the property. I don't know whether that can be accommodated in these conditional use permits. I don't know whether it's possible, but, we need to have that reduced sound level really at our property lines, not in our buildings. So I talked about the outdoor bar area and how that should be sealed off, which would help certainly noise on people. We talked about reduced noise levels pertaining to these entertainment areas, and these various miscellaneous items. But I think, these items are, in my mind, and people we've talked to, reasonable, fair. So I guess one thing we're asking the planning board to really continue, or we say defer, any decisions, on this until there's proper public input. I think that if these items are construed as being reasonable, the developer should update or incorporate them. So just, in our minds, we're not planners, we're not architects, developers, or lawyers, but we think, what we proposed represents good planning. We maintain the quiet nature of Drexel Avenue, would allow us and our neighbors to continue, our peaceful enjoyment of the property. But at the same time, and we know this is important to the city of Miami, that would allow for the rejuvenation of Washington Avenue. So I think we could have a win-win for everyone as long as these items are accommodated, and we certainly would like you to defer any decisions on this basis. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your presentation. Jack? As a supportive wife back there. Go ahead, Jack.
Thank you, Brian. My name is Jack Johnson. I live at 10th and Jefferson. I'm the chair of the Miami Design Preservation League. I'm active in the Flamingo and Park Neighborhood Association, and I'm a past chair of the association, and I'm a past member of the planning board. When I became aware of this project, I asked Scott Needleman, had this project been presented to the Neighborhood Association? And this was his response. They informally presented their plan to us at our October 2019 meeting. It was listed on the agenda as a presentation on the proposed changes to the Washington Avenue Overlay District. The discussion mostly centered around the idea of co-living units and not so much about the design elements, since the plans had yet to be fully developed. In addition, as far as I know, there was no one from the
Jack, when
Drexel-
did you become aware?
When did I become
When did you
aware of
become
this?
aware?
About a month ago.
A month ago.
To my knowledge, there was no one from the Drexel Avenue residents at the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association meeting in October. This proposal, in all of its detail, is going to be presented to the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association on February 3rd. When I served on the planning board, there were several occasions when we continued a project because it had not been sufficiently vetted by the appropriate neighborhood association. And I would suggest to you that that is the appropriate action for you to take today. I urge you to continue this item until your February meeting, so that the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association has ample opportunity to hear the proposal for this project and make its recommendations to this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack.
Good afternoon, esteemed board. My name is Keman Dranderov. I am a resident and owner and a landlord at 1250 Drexel Vintage East Condominium, which is exactly behind or directly where the parking lot is going to be of this proposed construction. I want to touch upon 3 points. One is architecture, the second one is zoning and renting, and third one is noise. In terms of architecture, the gentleman here from the Preservation Board, to me personally, a 7-story building smack in the middle of 13th and Drexel will totally be with odds with the building around it. I mean, South Beach was built in 1915 to 1900s. 13th and Drexel in Washington was de facto the center of South Beach. You have the post office, you have the city building, beautiful theater that used to be a club mansion after a while. You have the police station. So a 7-story building would overpower the adjacent buildings that are Art Deco, historic preservation buildings. Our building, Vintage East, was designed by famed architect Henry Hochhausen in 1939. It's a beautiful building. I've lived there for over a quarter of a century, 25 years. I've seen thousands of tourists come by with a guide who introduced them to the Art Deco history of Miami Beach. So that's one of my points in terms of architecture. If it would have been a little lower, maybe 3 or 4 stories, would have been probably perfect. A 7-story building would be a sore thumb in the neighborhood. That's my opinion. Number 2, in terms of renting, I've been a landlord there for over 20 years. And with all due respect to the gentleman, Mr. Rashid, who introduced his plan for $2,000 apartments and co-living space of 200 square feet, it won't work. We've been struggling with renting the whole area for years, my neighbors, myself. I have a beautiful Art Deco 1-bedroom with wood floor, and it wouldn't rent for more than $1,400 furnished. All right. So a studio that wouldn't rent more than $11,000, a 500 square feet studio. With all due respect, again, I don't want to offend anybody. To me, this sounds like a glorified hostel. Okay? I remember that word. In terms of noise, I would like to speak to you as a semi-expert. I have a bachelor degree from the School of Entertainment and Design Technology at Miami-Dade College. I've done a bunch of award-winning short films and one feature film, so I've dealt extensively with sound. Sound bounces, travels, weaves. When I lived at a certain time, I lived in my 1-bedroom, and my bedroom faced exactly that area. And through the years, I saw Hustler store, Velvet Club, Mansion Club, Owaxi, Irish Club, pizza parlors, gun shops, the good, the bad, and the ugly. All right? And I've called the code compliance on numerous occasions. They assured me that the clubs would have double doors, that the sound would be kept under certain decibel levels, that the buffer zone of whatever 100 feet is would work. It never worked. My windows were clappering, my walls were sounding. You cannot sleep. You can't have a quality time. You can't enjoy it. I had to go out on purpose at 11 and 12 o'clock at night when I was single and bachelor just to get out of the noise because I couldn't sleep. All right. Ironically, I'll go to the same clubs across the street because they're always the closest one. So, Mr. Del Vecchio, whom I've known for over 20 years, I used to be a personal trainer at Crunch. He hit the nail on the head. This should be your main concern, the noise. And a 7-story building with even with a surround speakers, with a swimming pool, with a traffic. I don't even want to start about traffic. The Drexel Street is cut off by the police station and the school. So traffic will be a huge nightmare. We already have a problem parking on the street as residents. So traffic coming in and out, it will be a big concern. And again, if you would consider allowing this, then why shouldn't you allow us then change the zoning for our street as well? So I might as well make my units convert them to a short-term rental, and I'll do them an Airbnb, and I'll get out of there. So think about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am?
Hi, I'm Jane Sutton, and I've lived at 1218 Drexel for 25 years in a condo that I own. And one of the reasons that I have lived there that long is because it is a very quiet, pleasant street. It's one way, one lane. As my neighbor said, it starts at the police station and stops at the elementary school. This is a high-density project in a residential neighborhood. I have neighbors with little kids, and they put them to bed at 8 o'clock. I have neighbors who work all night at the clubs, and they sleep all day. And for us to have this project, especially 7 stories, it's twice as tall as the residential buildings. And as I believe you pointed out, it's very difficult to contain rooftop noise. And I don't think the project that they described with some buffer walls is going to keep that noise from coming out and down and making our neighborhood unlivable. So I would beg you, the parts of the project are beautiful, but keep the entertainment inside. Don't move the entertainment outdoor district to us. It is a tall building. We're going to live in their shadow. Please don't make us live in their echo.
Thank you.
I'm Jim Gildersleeve, and I also live at 1218 Drexel. I'm the president of that condo association, and I've lived there for nearly 30 years. Jane has been a wonderful neighbor. And I want to tell a quick story. Years ago, walking to Lincoln Road, when Lincoln Road was coming into its second coming, I saw an elderly lady pushing her pusher across the street, somewhere around Pennsylvania, Euclid. And a lot of people knew this lady. Her name was Irene. In fact, they did a documentary about Irene. And as she was pushing her little pusher across the street, a police officer had pulled over a car, and Irene looked up and she said, "Give them 2 tickets." And I looked up, and female police officer looked up, and Irene was going through a change, a huge change. And I was here at the beginning of her end, and I saw the change that she saw from the days that she lived Miami Beach in the quietness of these residential neighborhoods. And that woman impacted me because I was a younger man then, and I thought, someday we're going to be here. And this day has come. This is a big change. It's a huge change. Frank Del Vecchio I've known for years. We've worked on several things together, some good ones through the years. He's right. This is a precedent. This project is exciting. It's interesting. If I put my businessman hat on, I'm not sure that I would be, I'd see more for the prospectus with it. But I'm concerned about it from a number of angles. The noise issue is number one. All I heard here today, we've been here now for 3 or 4 hours, all I've heard is noise. It's arbitrary. I mean, the tone in the room is about noise. How many feet away? But noise is noise. I hear it. When there are events on the beach, even with impact glass, I can feel the vibrations from the base. I think the planning board, this is the perfect place. Now is the time to take a hard look at this project. I think there's common ground here, but I think rooftops, all-night entertainment, I think that you really need to look hard at that. I think this is, I question some of the communal living things. I think we need to think about it. So I would recommend that a number of people talked about going to the February 3rd meeting. I can't attend that, but I think that more information needs to get out there because this is a big change for the city of Miami Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Peter Savo. I own several units at 949 Pennsylvania Avenue. So this precedent would affect the value of my units as well. Right now, it's very difficult to rent units, as others told you, because of the overall effect on the neighborhood with outdoor entertainment. It's not a positive force, and this could be an opportunity for you to refer to the city commission some kind of a review of the building code to have a soundproof building structure required for any entertainment, fully enclosed indoors. And I don't know if you're aware, but this city is a special place, not for positive reasons. It's special because it doesn't have a nightclub definition or license. It doesn't have a cabaret definition or a license for it. It doesn't have a restaurant license. All you do is give out liquor licenses.
We wanted to make some noise for you. So.
What you do is give out liquor licenses and call them, I don't know what. We just went through the Fairwind, and I still don't know what they're allowed to do, and I don't think you know either. Many years ago, the city commission was congratulating themselves with the accomplished review of the licensing code. That's when they dropped all these licenses that are missing from the code. Instead of those licenses that they dropped off, they replaced it with these outdoor entertainment, open-air entertainment, and that's why we're here. That's why all these people are coming to you, because there's no other mechanism to let them have a nightclub, because it's not even defined where it can be had, or where, how, and under what conditions. So it's a chaotic situation, and you are confronted with it. And if you approve another outdoor entertainment, you're going to have to meet every week, maybe, to micromanage each. Or maybe even daily, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, constant meetings, wasted times. We should be spending our time on constructive, productive work. This is destructive. Look at these people have to come here with a menace of outdoor entertainment. That has to be deleted from the code book completely and replaced with proper licensing codes that they dropped back many years ago.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Troy Wright, the Executive Director of the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District. And I'm just here to say we're excited about what's happening on Washington Avenue. So often I've heard, and we've heard talked about all the positive changes that need to happen on Washington Avenue. We need new this, we need new that. And I think what Rishi and his team has done here is a great example of a positive step in the right direction for Washington Avenue. This is good, I think, for what we want to accomplish. I think that he is attempting to address all of the issues with design, with noise, and I think it's something that is moving in the right direction. I'm going to turn it over really quick to Alex.
I just want to follow up on what Troy was saying.
Alex, just give me your formal introduction of your name.
Sorry, Alex Fried. I live at 4474 Nautilus, a member of the Washington Avenue Bid Board. Just following up on what Troy was saying, we think that this project is thoughtfully designed, thinking about the needs of the street today and in the future. We support it. We support the energy that it's bringing, and we got nothing but good things to say about it.
Thank you.
is Charles Julian. I live at 1218 Drexel.
Can you speak a little more into the mic?
Charles Julian, live at 1218 Drexel, apartment 101. And I've been there 20 years with my wife. She used to have a law office in the old city hall. And I can tell you that if you get this building built, it'll be the last sunrise I see over Miami Beach, because it will block out everything. So about 10:30, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, I'll be able to see the sun. I think that's a really sad, because we all love that area because of the low buildings. And I know that Ocean Drive has its tall buildings, but you can still see. The noise level will remind you that not everybody works 9 to 5, especially in that area. A lot of people work at night. And so for them to be able to have noise until 11, maybe special projects, they'll get a revision and they can go to 4 in the morning or whatever on holidays, it's going to be rough for the residents. And I would ask you to please look at all the facts and see if we can't revise this somewhat. The plan sounds wonderful, and the building sounds beautiful, and I think the architects did an incredible job on their presentation, but it's going to impact all of us, sadly. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Michael, if you want to address, it seems the primary theme is noise, but
Yes, sir.
whatever you want to address.
Michael, is 5 minutes good for your rebuttal?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe just a little bit longer, but 5 minutes to start for sure. So first, with regard to Frank Del Vecchio's comments, I welcome him back to the public hearing process. I've missed him greatly. I may not agree with his critique of our entertainment venues, but I welcome my good friend back nonetheless. Frank is right with regard to the entertainment district. That's a shorthand way of saying the mixed-use entertainment district, so he got the boundary to that correctly. But with regard to Washington Avenue, it is zone CD2, and in the CD2 district, you do have dance halls that are permitted, neighborhood impact establishments, outdoor entertainment establishments. So it does function as another type of entertainment district. It's just not colloquial called the entertainment district as the MXC district is called. With regard to the purpose of the Washington Avenue overlay, it had multiple purposes, but one was to lift the nightclubs from the ground floor of the Washington Avenue up to the rooftops, so they became more pool venues. That was accomplished at 600 Washington Avenue, where there used to be numerous nightclubs on the ground floor. Now that we have one very large pool deck that's on up, and so you have more active uses now will be along Washington Avenue. The same was accomplished at the Moxie. The Moxie is in the 900 block of Washington Avenue, same concept. No more ground floor nightclub uses. Now you have them above on pool decks and on the highest rooftop there. And they did have residential uses for the Moxie. There's a residential use to the east where Mitch Novick lives at the northeast corner of 9th and Collins, and other residential uses up and down that block. With regard to 600 Washington Avenue, there's a condominium association directly across the street from there, just north of the Anglers Hotel. So you all grapple with that issue as well between the entertainment venues versus the residential uses, which are very close by. With regard to the Moxie, they have the same closing time as we do for entertainment. It's 11 p.m. It's important for you all to understand that we would like the same treatment that you all have given to the Moxie. Our entertainment venues are a substantial distance away from our residential neighbors. Notice the way the building is shaped. It's an L-shaped. You have the outdoor bar counter on the rooftop in the extreme northeast corner with a wall behind it. Then you have the elevator core. Then you have another wall behind the pool area. So we're doing whatever we can to be sensitive to these neighbors and locate our entertainment venues, which all shut at 11 p.m., to the easternmost edge of the rooftop area. With regard to the CUP criteria, what you need to do is have substantial and competent evidence satisfy this criterion. We've had our expert witness, Sam Schroyer, come and give his expert testimony. We have your staff, professional staff, also recommended in favor with very restrictive conditions. The condition that is perhaps the most restrictive is the one that says, at no time can noise be plainly audible in the units on the west side of Drexel with their doors and windows closed. With regard to the second speaker's comments, I don't think it's fair to link our proposed development to a heightened level of prostitution or drug use along Drexel Avenue. I don't see that correlation. And I don't see really an opportunity for spillover onto Drexel Avenue. I met the gentleman at our property with his wife. We exchanged a quick conversation. I didn't have the plans with me. I was meeting there with the team, and I said, please go to the city's website. All the plans are posted. Here's my cell phone number. Please call me after you review the plans. If you have generated a list of questions or concerns, I'm very happy to meet with you in advance of the hearing. I did not hear from him. With regard to noise standards, I want you all to be very clear about it. They're already embedded in the code. At no time can anyone make noise that is unreasonably loud. The second standard is even more strict. After 11 p.m., no noise can be made that's plainly audible within 100 feet of the property. And then the staff condition I described just a minute ago is also even the strictest type of condition. And our entertainment, again, stops at 11 p.m. as it's just like the Moxie. With regard to Jim Gildersleeve, Arthur Marcus is our preservation architect. He's a good friend of Jim's, and he introduced us via email. I invited Jim to meet with me and Rishi before the meeting. But the next thing I knew, he was meeting with staff, which is his right to do. But I wish he would given us an opportunity to sit with him in advance of this hearing so we could have listened to his concerns and attempt to address them. So those that are asking to continue the application, please know I think it's tremendously unfair. We've conducted substantial outreach efforts. We tried to meet with any of them. We did meet with the president of the Condominium Association that's southernmost on Drexel and 12th. We were able to attain his support. I wish we could have met with the rest. We did an additional layer of outreach by sending out these letters. Not a requirement, but it's something I always told Rishi we should do our utmost to reach out to the neighbors that could be most affected, which are on the west side of Drexel. I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have, or any member of the team.
All right, thank you, Michael. Board questions?
You want to start?
Yeah, so I think it's a high. I'm trying to think. This is the anniversary of my second year on the planning board. This 2 years ago, I started on the planning board, and I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember when we've been presented with a situation with rooftop entertainment and residential immediately next door. It's just really tough to make that work. I appreciate that you've made some good strides and you've worked it, and I believe from my conversation with you that you sincerely did try to do some outreach, but it seems like more is necessary. And so I love the project. I think it has a ton of merits, and I appreciate very much the thoughtfulness to which everybody has brought. But for me, the cake is just not quite baked yet with regard to the entertainment aspect, especially the rooftop entertainment aspect. On the first floor that fronts Washington Avenue, that doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a problem. It's not particularly large. You've got some walls behind it. It faces Washington Ave. But up top, I have deep concerns about it. And so I would favor, and I wonder if, Michael, if you guys would be comfortable with a continuance, do a little more work in the neighborhood and bring it back to us. This is, and of course, I'm not. I don't want to speak for the board. I'm sorry. This is
first. So
this is my. I'm speaking for myself. Yeah.
But it's better than a denial. I mean, certainly,
Yeah. So
if that's the way it would go. So
maybe I'll go next. I was so impressed initially with Jackie and Carlos's beautiful building and the plan they presented, and then I heard all these people who are so I won't say vehemently, but passionately. Thank you, sir. Passionately feeling that their property rights are being violated, their views are being obstructed, and of course, Mr. Delvecchio's intellectually satisfying arguments about the legal difficulties of sound and enforcement, which the board is well addressed to and knows very well about. So I have been all along against, as everyone knows, height increases along Washington Avenue because I thought that it disturbed the character and the historic character of Washington Avenue. I remember going there as a child, and it had this kind of very pristine, rural feel to it. So part of the job of the board is to balance preservation with progress, and it's not an easy task. I don't envy any of us in making decisions concerning these issues because there's no way we're going to be able to please everybody. I just saw an article in the New York Times today about historic districts in Georgetown wanting to put solar panels on their roofs, and the historic preservation boards are preventing it because it changes the character of the buildings. So we're confronted with the issue of the character of the buildings. We're confronted with the character of the neighborhood. Yet at the same time, the offerings of the development of the building does make some sense in the context of providing nice living space for people, assuming it's economically viable. And I assume that the people who are going ahead and spending the money to develop it have considered that. So what I would like to do is see a video presentation of the perspectives, because I don't believe that the pamphlet that we got or the drawings or rendering adequately describes or shows how the neighborhood in context would look with this new project. So I think there's more time that should be devoted toward developing this project, getting people more on board if they are, and examining it more closely, and I think it should be continued so that we can give more consideration to the issues. I don't want to delay it or be a Luddite, but I think that we need to examine it a bit more closely. So, and Michael, thank you for your presentation. It's always very workmanlike and well handled. And I also thank everybody else for coming and expressing their opinions. That's what this forum is about. So, but have mercy on us, because we don't have all the answers either. We're just, trying to call it as we see it. And I think that everybody on the board shares that opinion. So I'll stop right now. But I think we do need more time. Art?
I mean, I love the project. I'm just about there, and the problem is you probably won't get it done. And I think that you need to have more community outreach and get some more support, or not, and then see what happens after that. It just seems like there was a lot of information that people didn't have and were curious about, and some suggestions that were very good. And so, I would be in support of extending and to next month. I don't want, but I do like this project, and I think ultimately you're probably going to get a lot of what you want here. Just we have to work with the community a little bit more vigorously.
Okay. Sure. I also admire the project, and will be happy to see this come to Miami Beach. I'm a big advocate of co-living and shared amenities, and I think that's a big part of the future of a city like ours. If you look at the site, you have Washington and Drexel really coming together at this spot. It's a very unique site, and therefore I think because of its special qualities, it also warrants a little bit more communication on all sides. I agree. I think everybody could kind of meet in the middle and get what they want out of it. A quick question for staff. It was brought up that it's not an entertainment district. Michael said it is zoned as CD2, correct?
So the code allows, it's not as of right, it's a conditional use.
Yeah.
Outdoor entertainment is a conditional use. So even if they abandon the outdoor entertainment completely, then they still have to come to the board, because based upon their occupancy for the venues available to the public, it's a neighborhood impact establishment. So if they abandon entertainment, then it would still have an occupancy above 299. That would rise to the level of an NIE and also require conditional use approval. So they're here before the board for both the entertainment and for an NIE.
I see. Okay. All right. So it's not really an issue of the zoning district allowing outdoor entertainment. Is outdoor entertainment is prohibited a block over
No, it's not. Well, yes, of course, on Drexel,
Yeah.
it's an RO zoning district. So it basically allows apartments, single-family homes, and offices.
Yeah.
It doesn't even
That's the
allow
issue.
process for...
It's the boundary between these two zoning
right.
districts. And
They're almost like the buffer zone to the RM1 district to the west.
yeah, so I agree. I mean, I would really like to see you, meet with Frank, see what you can hash out. I think you work it out. But it's a beautiful design. You have great architects. I think you guys could do a couple more things to address some of these concerns, even architecturally. I would really like to see a site section that cuts like maybe through the pool deck, through Drexel, just so we see it all in one projection. And I think there's a few things that we could see there. Maybe a few more renderings of the rooftop area as well would be helpful.
Thanks, Nick. I don't want to be redundant, but I think it's a great project. I think the street desperately needs the activation. But when you have multiple residents concerned about their quality of life, my mantra for 6 years on this board has been, a balance between, making sure businesses succeed and quality of life for the residents. I do think that the gentleman that did the presentation, he's right. It should be a win-win. As we say in law, when you leave a mediation and you settle a case, neither side's happy. So someone's got to give a little bit and someone's got to take a little bit. But I do think
my clients are all happy.
Yeah, of course they are, until they get your bill. Anyway, I think that Michael, I hate to delay things. I hate kicking cans down the road, but in this instance, you do have a lot of passionate residents. Jack Johnson, who I respect a lot and was on this board and is very level-headed, it would definitely be productive to meet with the residents. And I know you tried, and apparently he had to fly to a funeral, whatever it may be. But you've heard the concerns, and hopefully you can narrow your focus to address those specific concerns and come to some type of agreement. If there's not, then this board's going to have to, make that decision for you. But the closest you can come to narrowing your issues so there's not a lot of debate, that would obviously be great.
Understood.
So,
just
thanks.
to give you some concrete feedback, since this is going to get continued, and that way you come back, my thoughts. Specifically with the massing, I like the fact the massing is being pushed off of Drexel, and by doing so, that's most certainly going to push that massing up towards the height. If I reduce the height, then that massing is going to be forced back on to Drexel. I don't have a parking pedestal to deal with either, so I like this use. On Washington, I wouldn't call it transient, but it is a different type of use that's not going to demand that high parking pedestal. That, again, if that experience for that buffer zone between a residential and a commercial that we have so much in the city, it's very hard to codify and regulate. So it really is a case-by-case basis. So if it were me, I'd be trying to push as much massing off of that residential street onto the commercial side. And I just do feel, everyone knows my feeling high, just to feel the height's appropriate. From an outdoor entertainment perspective, I most certainly am, being so many years on the planning board, I never succeed regulating it after the fact. Once I provide it, coming back afterwards, it's very challenging. And I remember this ever since the Gansevoort. And since then, I've just realized that it's just futile, that I can't expect someone to spend millions and millions of dollars allowing them to implement a business plan, and then 2 years later, I'm pulling that out of their business plan. And I just think that is so unfair, that it is that we have that ability to remove it. So I'd urge the developer to understand, to me, what entertainment is. And the reason why you're here asking for entertainment isn't so much the noise level, it's the fact that you want to have someone perform something live. And I'm okay with entertainment at an ambient level. I'm not okay with outdoor entertainment beyond an ambient level, because I'm just not going to rely on city code, the back and forth, and that whole process of one person being okay with it and another resident not. So I understand the need to come to us and ask for entertainment, for the need to have some type of DJ perform. I'm just not really open to the fact of saying, okay, at 11 p.m. noise is going to stop. It's not. Once I give that outdoor entertainment, the expectation is that can happen. So we used to have the ability in these conditional use permits to further regulate entertainment, define it. We don't have that ability today, and it's just very concerning for me. So from a rooftop perspective, I'm going to look into the Moxie. I can't recall what I approved there, but I think it's a valid point. I want to be consistent in how we apply it, so I'm going to look at that to try to better understand what conditions we placed there to try to regulate that use, and what was the surrounding circumstances, the residential uses around it. I agree that the standards, using different standards and different projects makes it very hard for code as well. So the standard of saying if someone's on Drexel and they're residential and their windows are closed and they can't hear it inside, then it's okay. It just needs to be a much more simpler standard. For me, ambient just makes it really simple, and I'm hopeful to understand and hear from the developer how that impacts it. The micro-unit philosophy is communal. It does require common area spaces where people can enjoy and congregate. Otherwise, it won't be successful because they're sacrificing so much for what they get indoors to be able to use that in a communal sense. And I believe in the micro-unit philosophy. I think Washington Avenue is probably a good place to introduce that use, and I'd like to better understand what they need to make that successful and make sure that we work with them within that. Thank you.
So, Ms. Kapoor and, the team, I think that you have a really excellent offering that's going to be additive to the city as well as the particular location that the building is in. I am going to be in favor of a continuance, so I'll just tell you that up front. I think, aside from the comment about Section 8, I think this is a really good opportunity. And I only say that because as we go forward, where you have neighborhoods that are already established and things like that, the idea of community engagement and community benefit programs are going to become more and more and more demanded by different classes of residents, by income levels and things like that as we go forward. But with withholding that, I mean, and that wasn't a slight. It's just I want us to not have the negative stigma of Section 8. I don't think that that's a negative thing. So I don't want to, hear it in that type of manner. So I just wanted to make that correction or observation from my perspective. Sure. Moving along, I think the neighbors have brought up some things about noise. I think that they have brought up some things about that you guys can go back and look at. I heard a comment about the passageway between the buildings, wayfinding, access controls, different things like that to kind of meet with the residents and talk about how that can be a controlled issue that could be satisfactory to the neighbors. So with that, I'm not going to delay it too much further, but I think that, I'm going to go ahead and move to the board. My motion would be to provide a continuance for 60 days on this item.
I would second that.
Could we do a month rather than 60 days? I feel that 60 days is a little bit excessive. And we could do our outreach within that time frame of 30 days.
I don't believe that you're going to really get that impact in 30 days, but if that's your preference, I will be willing to give you 30, but I think you're going to need 60.
Well, we're already scheduled for Flamingo Park on Monday, so everything's already engaged, and I know Frank, so I can call Frank
You can
tomorrow.
always ask for a continuance if you don't do it, I guess. I mean,
Right. That's correct, too.
Yeah, make it 30.
I'll
Thank you.
amend, I'll move that we have a continuance for 30 days.
Great, thank you.
Can I get a
I'll
second?
second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All unanimous. Residents,
Thank
thank you for your input. Michael, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask the board members place the packages on the dais so that the applicant can pick up the packages?
Where's Mooney? Where is he?
Anything else?
Where's Mooney?
It's all mixed up.
I thought you said he was coming to the ordinances. All right, the last item of the day is I'll let it clear out.
Sorry about that. Hey, Carlos, how are you? Well, you haven't been here in a while. What happened with the building on the?
If you all could
next
take
to
your
the
conversation
church?
outside, I'd
How about
appreciate it.
that?
We have a few more items. Thank you. Shh.
Sorry? Oh.
All right, the last item for today is Planning Board file, Planning Board 19-0335, Code Amendment, Demolition by Neglect, Presumption Clause. Shh.
Just wanted to say thank you. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you all.
Okay, the last item of the day is on page 74 of the board packages.
Shh.
And this is a proposed change that relates to an after-the-fact certificate of appropriateness for the Historic Preservation Board. So currently, it's the existing policy of the City of Miami Beach that a contributing building demolished without obtaining a certificate of appropriateness first from the Historic Preservation Board shall only be replaced with a new structure on a site not to exceed the maximum square footage and height permitted. Shall only be replaced with a new structure that incorporates the same height, massing, and square footage of the previous structure that existed on the site, with no additional increase in square footage, provided it's still under the maximum FAR and maximum height permitted under the city code. What this ordinance does is just a minor modification. If you look on page 77, you can see the current requirements and the underlined changes. It basically includes a language, the word presumption. This proposal, by including the word presumption, more clearly places the burden of proof on the property owner to demonstrate why if a building is demolished without obtaining a C of A first, why they should get greater height, greater square footage than what was previously existing on the site.
Can you share an example or two of a real-world example of this?
Deauville.
Well, the Deauville, fortunately, has not been demolished yet. But no, let me give you an example. We have cases now where there was one south of 5th Street. I forgot. We saw this actually property before the planning board for the school a few months ago. This was a double lot. There existed a building on the site previously. I forgot the exact address. The building was demolished. It never went before the Historic Preservation Board for the after-the-fact C of A for demolition. So they had to go before the Historic Preservation Board and demonstrate that they should be allowed to get greater height massing than what existed previously on the site. And the board did grant them that. But it's good to have this clarified in the code or stronger in the code. Somebody buying the property should assume that the basis is that, unless the Historic Preservation Board grants an exception or a difference, the standard is that you're only allowed to replace what was there with something not to exceed the footprint and massing of what existed on the site.
How recent is that example?
That's an
the South of 5th example?
Yeah, that's the South 5th example because they never received the after-the-fact C of A until just recently. It was probably more than 15 years after the building was demolished.
But don't they have to go to the HPB to get permission to demolish the building in the first place? I mean, they can't.
They do, yes.
Get a demolition permit without that.
No, if you have an emergency demolition order, that supersedes the. They still have to get a C of A from the Historic Preservation Board, but it would happen before the demolition would happen before the C of A because of the EDO or emergency demolition order.
So, under what circumstances would there be an emergency? Would that be demolition by neglect, or there'd be some? Would that be the reason for an emergency demolition order?
Do you want to add to that?
As I understand it, it would have to be an emergency demolition order issued by the Unsafe Structures Board.
Correct. Yes.
Issued by the whom?
By who?
By the Miami-Dade County Unsafe Structures Board. So, so that could be for any number of reasons. Typically, the building official will work with a property owner if a case is brought to the Unsafe Structures Board and a property owner, either a property's changed hands or for whatever other reason, property owner is trying to obtain a contractor to start doing work to shore up a building. So there is some wiggle room that the building official is able to exercise. But as a general rule, if the Unsafe Structures Board issues an emergency demolition order, that building can be demolished.
And the code does require that an application be made to the Historic Preservation Board within 15 days.
Okay,
for that, but it's hard to compel somebody to do that.
So could I use a more recent example? The Tropicare, 71st Street and East Bay Drive. That's a historic building.
Where was that, Daniel? I'm sorry.
That's on 71st Street and East Bay Drive. Because I'm just trying to understand how this works in a practical sense.
It's right on that corner where you turn.
It was 880 71st Street.
I think it wasn't historic. It wasn't in the historic district.
It is a historic district now.
It wasn't when it was demolished.
So it wouldn't apply.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. So, and that's really what I'm trying to get these layers. So let's say it was a historic district, the building was demolished 15 years ago, well before we had any code amendments that required you to go to the board and get a certificate of appropriateness prior to demolishing a building.
That existed back then.
Okay, so that existed even back then.
Yes.
So there's been a vacant lot for 10 years. There used to be a building there. It's no longer there. You're saying under this ordinance, even though it took that many years ago, that because they never got a certificate of appropriateness from the HPB
Right.
board.
That's the code now, we're not changing it. We're not doing anything substantial to change the code.
Changing the word
We're just
policy
putting-
to presumption?
Right,
Right.
it's just a legal term.
That's the change?
It's a stronger legal terminology.
It clarifies that that if a contributing building was demolished without a certificate of appropriateness, that there is that the burden of proof shifts to the property owner to let's see.
So if they meet that
So that
burden,
there's-
right,
correct.
If
So
they
that-
meet
so-
that burden of proof, they can exceed the FAR of the old building if providing the code allows it.
Right,
If the
subject
historic-
to the maximum FAR and height in the code.
Provided that they made their case to the Historic Preservation Board, which has the authority to grant that.
Provided a case
Presumption
that-
is the original
that-
FAR.
So
the presumption would be what existed while the building
The
was sitting.
presumption is you can't build anything more than what was there before.
Okay, that's the presumption.
is that presumption exists today? I mean, if
it does,
It's stated now as a policy, and what this ordinance does is it clarifies and strengthens the language so that it's a presumption.
It's a presumption, so buyer beware. This lot used to contain a historic building that was demolished without a certificate of appropriateness, and you may not be able to seek or take advantage of the full development rights that were here on this property before.
Well, you're able to if you can meet the presumption. So the
Presumption-
ordinance says
the
the ordinance. And
presumption
let me read from the ordinance. This policy may be rebutted, and the HPB may allow for the addition of more square footage where appropriate, not to exceed the maximum permitted under the city code, if it's established to the satisfaction of the board that the following criteria have been satisfied: A, the proposed new structure is consistent with the context and character of the immediate area, and B, the property owner made a reasonable effort to regularly inspect and maintain the structure in compliance with the minimum maintenance.
It's a vacant lot. The buyers coming in didn't have any involvement in trying to preserve that property. I'm more focused on trying to make sure that these historic structures aren't demolished by neglect. The fact that they were demolished by some previous owner and putting that burden on the new owner that may be separated by several degrees of ownership over time is my concern. So
This doesn't distinguish between ownership. It's
Right.
whomever
But
is coming
whoever
in at that
ends up
time. Right.
holding the property
and it
at
could be the
time
same property owner.
that they're trying to develop.
Right.
It. So, for me, if I support this, then I think there needs to be a red flag on the property. Buyer beware, this exists on this property. For example, a lien, right? So someone's going to go buy a piece of property, they do a lien search, and all of a sudden this lien pops up, making them aware of this issue that just wasn't aware during their inspection, wasn't aware, brought to them by whoever representative they're working with on the transfer of the property and ownership. So how can we make sure that whatever person's coming in that thinks they're buying a vacant lot that is in fact in a historic district, and they should know it's in a historic district, but what they don't know is that their full development rights they may not be able to develop that property based on what that code says today. So that would be the small concern that I have, making sure that the market knows that there used to be this building here 20 years ago, and it most certainly they should be aware that they won't be able to reach that.
Right,
I
then
don't
they
think
can sue their lawyer for malpractice if he doesn't.
the lawyer wouldn't know. This is a transactional attorney that's just closing. They're going to do a lien search, and they're going to meet every criteria they need for a clear title. What they're not going to realize is that later when they meet with the planning department, and they're really only going to get that in-depth knowledge once they really have a new project that they want to submit. I don't know all the cases. I really
Well, let me
don't
ask
know.
staff, if a building in a historic district were demolished without a certificate of appropriateness, would the city issue a building violation?
I think there would have been violations issued.
Or it would be a code compliance violation.
Probably. Or it could be building violations if it was safety issues.
No, there was
If
a
it was
building
for safety
violations that resulted in an unsafe structure.
That's not my question, though. My question is, if a building were demolished without a C of A, once we learned of that.
We could have, yes, that's a good point. If they didn't file an application within 15 days,
I think
we
code can cite for that.
We can cite for that.
So I think an open code violation would come up.
What happens at that point? It's like a daily fine or a monthly fine, or what happens? Code cites that illegal demolition.
Well, it wouldn't be illegal because they would be doing it with assuming an emergency demolition order.
No, or say they just did it without a permit.
That's even different than.
Right. So I think a zoning violation should be issued that carries with the property. That violation can't be cleared until you go to the HPB. Or again, I'm just trying to better understand. We're saying something that carries with the land. It can very well be something that happened 15 years ago, or something that happened 5 years ago. The new buyer comes in, is just not aware.
Right. So when they do go to the board, then there is a recorded order that outlines the conditions. So we have had cases where let's say somebody does, the demolition happens, they go to the board for the after-the-fact C of A. Typically what happens, if there's no plan for redevelopment, the board will put in the standard conditions that any new structure on the site shall not exceed the height, massing, and footprint of the prior structure, unless otherwise approved or modified by the board. And that would require them to come back.
Agreed, and I think the board would be open to it depending on what's being introduced.
Well, couldn't there be a covenant that runs with the land, recorded in title, so that the buyer would understand that was a problem with the vacant lot? I mean, isn't there some statute that requires...
I mean, a covenant is more in the nature of a contract, and I don't know that we can unilaterally impose a covenant on the property. But what I'm looking more to is an earlier provision in that same code section that in the event a property owner fails to file an after-the-fact application for a C of A for demolition to the HPB within 15 days of the issuance of the emergency demolition order, then the city can initiate enforcement proceedings to revoke the CU, the BTR, and any active building permit or CO, and we can enforce as we would any other violation of the LDRs. So there is an enforcement mechanism in our code.
I had to run to the bathroom, and maybe this got answered. But when would this take effect, and how would it affect existing situations, existing property owners, existing scenarios?
Doesn't really have any implications to anything existing. It's just strengthening the language. It doesn't change. The policy still is the same. It's still the same. It just includes that language presumption. So I think it'd be harder for somebody to argue that they should be allowed to be given higher.
Then why are we doing this? I mean, what problem are we solving?
We're building
Just generally speaking, and I can defer to staff more on the specifics, but this is intended to address a concern that the buildings are being demolished by neglect, demolition by neglect, right? To clarify that if a building is demolished by neglect, if it is demolished, and it's in, let's say we're specifically referring to contributing buildings in historic districts, if a building is demolished without a certificate of appropriateness, this clarifies that the burden of proof is on the applicant, and at that time it would be the owner.
We have a situation in Collins Park where something got knocked down that wasn't supposed to be.
Yes.
Recently, last year.
Was it the Sun?
Well, they did. They rebuilt that structure. I mean, that was.
It's being rebuilt.
It's being rebuilt.
Yeah.
Michael, what's going on with the Deauville Hotel? Is that demolition by neglect? Are they doing anything with that hotel?
Do you have
It hasn't been demolished yet, but it may.
Is that the objective? Get it demolished?
Well, no,
I don't know what the objective is. I do know that it's offline, and if it stays in that condition and we do nothing, either work with the property owner or do something, that it will eventually have to be demolished because it'll be an unsafe structure. In North Beach, we had several buildings demolished by the building department out of the community's desire to no longer have this structure that's just a shell, a bombshell. So the building department came, demolished the building, and now we have a well-maintained piece of land. I don't think our community is so in tune with the historic designation of the property, more concerned about 20 years of a building standing with no willingness of an owner to take action to improve it, or not willing, ability. So let me use both those words, willingness and ability. But for me, this is in front of me now. I'm not in disagreement other than the fact that someone needs to know this. Like, the property needs to be flagged to say, hey, there was once a historic building here that was demolished without a certificate of appropriateness from the HPB board, and as a result, you will not be able to reach the full development rights that you feel are entitled. And I really don't feel, especially in North Beach where so many new historic districts have been created, I don't feel a normal buyer or realtor or attorney is going to be able to help someone through that process. I fear that they're going to figure that out after the fact that they meet with planning when they're trying to bring a new project. So I'm asking for staff, whether it's part of this ordinance or not, to tell me what they feel we can do to flag this when someone does a lien search before they buy a piece of property.
I think it would be part of the code.
Can I, just so I can make sure I process this, the point that you're bringing up is a point that would be relevant whether or not this came before us today. Is that correct?
Say again?
Your point would be relevant to this, regardless of whether this item came before. Meaning the changes that are being made here are not necessarily generating your point. Your point is regardless of the changes made here.
Well, it's in front of me now. I mean, they're adding FAR of a demolished structure. So
you're talking about the future
I'm
person
saying,
who would
I think,
anticipate that I'm going to get all this. I got it.
I mean, the building was probably a 1-point FAR. They probably have a 2-point FAR, and they're not going to be able to build beyond a 1-point FAR. I'm sure when they go to the HPB board, that the HPB board is going to work with them to try to reach their full development rights as long as what they're introducing is appropriate. I think it's good to discourage demolition by neglect of an existing owner that's going to later try to just sell a vacant piece of land. But I'm more worried about the buyer being aware, and I can't imagine.
I guess now it'd only be through a code case search and finding out, doing a search of.
Sorry, dude. A code case. The building's no longer there. There is no more code case.
That would be an outstanding code case regarding the violation of not having the C of A. Planning doesn't issue violations. It's all going to be.
You do issue violations. There's zoning code violations.
No, but they're all issued by code compliance. There's no.
Agreed, but it's a ZV violation that remains open on the property.
Right. That would be through the code case. I mean, nobody does a search of planning violations.
No, they do zoning code violations.
Yeah, but they're all done through being the same list of any sort of code violations.
So someone who, let me get this straight, somebody who buys a piece of vacant land has no way of knowing through a standard title search that there is a cloud on the title, that they can't build whatever they want on this vacant land. Is that true?
That's not a cloud on the title. That's something that will prohibit them to reaching their full development rights.
To me, that's
that's not 100% true. They can do that as long as they get a certificate of appropriateness for whatever they're building, correct?
So you always need the certificate of appropriateness from the HPB board. That's their power. They're the only ones that can grant it. But what this is saying is that they won't be able to reach their full FAR, that the HPB board can, in fact, keep them from reaching their full FAR potential.
Which they can still do today.
When have they done that?
On
Michael.
the Sun King. Did they not?
No, but wait, Daniel, you said there's not a cloud on the title, but what is to prevent a purchaser, or what puts the purchaser on knowledge of this particular restriction when they purchase the property? They go, they see a vacant lot, the realtor sells them the vacant lot, their attorney does a title search, but none of this becomes evident until they try to build something.
That's what I'm trying to make sure doesn't happen. I think it's just important that someone understand that there used to be a structure here that was demolished by neglect.
I agree with that.
And they should be aware.
I have a question then, because I'm not understanding something. Anytime you buy a piece of property in a historic district, you cannot demolish it until you have a certificate of appropriateness. If you do it without that, you need to get the certificate of appropriateness, or you can only rebuild what was existing, correct?
Well,
as long as you retroactively go to HPB, get a certificate of appropriateness for what you're going to build, then you could develop to the current regulations.
The board cannot issue. So let's say you have a vacant site, new construction. Before the board can grant a C of A for new construction, if they did not receive a C of A for the demolition, the board has to approve an after-the-fact C of A for demolition, which requires 5 votes. New construction requires 4 votes. So just it's a stronger burden for the demolition.
Because the way it works now, if I want to demo my historic property that I purchased, I need to first go to historic preservation, get them to approve what I'm going to rebuild. Then they give me a demo permit for it, right?
Correct.
So it's not that you couldn't develop the land to current FAR. You would just need to get a certificate of appropriateness for what it is.
Right, but it's a little bit, I think the case here is that typically when you have an after-the-fact C of A for demolition, it usually involves demolition by neglect, because it's got to the point where it's so deteriorated, it has so many issues that typically it's as a result of an emergency demolition order.
Mm-hmm.
It's very rare that somebody just goes out and knocks the building down.
Right. But either way, but nothing is prohibiting somebody who buys a vacant lot that was demolished through neglect. They still can develop that property. They just need a certificate of appropriateness.
Correct.
They need to first get their certificate of appropriateness for after-the-fact demo, and then they need to get their certificate of appropriateness for the new construction. This is changing word that you're aware that there's a presumption, so meaning the new buyer in can't use this defense that says, I didn't know, I wasn't here 10 years ago. How was I supposed to know that there was this building that was neglected? I never even knew there was a building there.
I agree. If there was a stronger mechanism for something to be recorded, so I can tell you, like years ago, we have final orders that are recorded from different boards. If they were, to the detriment of the property owner, that was at a time when we required that property owners recorded the orders. If it was not in their best interest to record the order, then it wouldn't be recorded and nobody would find it in the future. So that's why now, the planning department, we do all the recording. So that helped take care of that. But I think there is an issue, or maybe a better mechanism for recording this demolition that occurred without a C of A from the Historic Preservation Board.
Well, recording it would solve the problem, because then when...
Right, mechanism for recording it.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can record an order from the Historic Preservation Board or put it on the agenda if it doesn't can the Historic Preservation Board take action on an item that doesn't have an application or formal application by the property owner?
Well, we could look into whether we could record maybe just a notice without action of the board.
An open violation would show up on the lien search. An open violation would show up on the lien search. Whether that's a cloud on the title is arguable, but someone's going to do a lien search and they're going to see that there's this open violation.
Mm-hmm.
And at least that gives them a flag to know, hey.
Well, that was my initial point, is if we've initiated enforcement proceedings, and that,
And if it was demolition by neglect and there was a building department order to emergency demo unsafe structures, then there should theoretically be a lien on the property for the cost of that demolition and cleanup that was done by the city. I understand that as well. I'm more concerned about 10 years from now. There was a building that was cleaned up. It's changed hands several times, and I'm worried about a violation. Sure, a violation can get closed out, administratively someone closes it out. I think a lien is much better. That can't get removed without the city clerk's involvement. I'm just trying to protect the person coming in. As much as we want to protect the structures, we also need to understand that investment into our community and someone coming in and willing to spend money to develop a vacant lot. I don't think any of us really enjoy a vacant lot unless it's a park. So we eventually want to see someone come in and develop that and provide that continuous housing. And we have development codes that are going to protect us, to protect the character of our neighborhood. All that's great. So I feel I have all those protections. I also think I need to protect the person coming in. So that's...
Can we also chat about how this is going to affect existing property owners and existing situations and scenarios? Has that been analyzed at all? Are there folks who are, in other words, could we say effective January 1st going forward, so that we don't unfairly impact or move the goalposts on folks who bought property 5 years ago?
I think we're not really changing anything, or we're changing the burden.
If anything, we're changing the standard. I'm sorry. We're changing the standard that the HPB will apply moving forward to properties that are brought before them where there was a demolition of a contributing structure without an after-the-fact
Well,
CFA.
you're creating a bigger
For people
bigger hill to climb. I mean,
in
David
truth,
said a cloud on title. Maybe that's a little too strong, but
for the people who purchased prior to that would probably be grandfathered beyond
Yes,
presumption.
if you have a C of A or after-the-fact C of A from the Historic Preservation Board, you have your approval for the demolition. That wouldn't apply.
right.
So it wouldn't apply to anybody who already has an after-the-fact C of A or a C of A for demolition.
But your own wording, the last sentence here, the last paragraph of your staff report clearly indicates the intent here. It's to put the new owner, the burden on them. And that's really, we're shifting the burden onto the new property owner.
I think Michael and I would agree it's probably already their burden. We're clarifying the language.
And why are you clarifying the language? So if someone challenges you?
No, that it's clear that there's an evidentiary burden of proof that
Great.
that the property owner has to meet when they go before the HPB.
Okay, so I agree with that. Great. New owner beware. How about we go a step further and make sure they're really aware, not just, well, that's what our code said. You should have known that. How do I make sure that they know that? Those are my thoughts, and I think it's a real case being in what I do. I think often buyers aren't knowledgeable enough, and, for me, I'm always going to go, hey, go meet with planning department. It's going to save you
I can tell you that's
hours.
the case. We've met with people for properties that had a demolition more than 10 years ago, and they were not aware. We do that research before, as part of our review of any application to see if it's a vacant site.
Yeah.
What was there before? Did it receive the proper authorization for its demolition?
Right.
So we have received calls or people ask us about vacant sites.
I've had to go
But
through
that's what I was saying earlier. It seems to me that Daniel's point is actually one that would exist regardless of whether this ordinance was before us today. And that's the question
No,
I
I
was
agree.
asking.
I agree.
And I'm not sure that I totally understand the difference between the word presumption and putting the burden on the new buyer or the current owner. I don't think the answer is in a lien format because I don't particularly think a lien to me conveys or carries some kind of cost burden with it. So I don't want to see it in that format where somebody has to pick it up in a title search and it becomes a lien. Maybe it's a notice of violation where it's accepted on the title, accepted out from the title, and it says something, and the title companies get comfortable with understanding, yes, it is a notice of violation, but it is really just more a notice and not necessarily a financial hardship to the new buyer. Maybe something like that can be done from a zoning standpoint.
A violation that can't turn into a lien
Correct.
would probably be okay
Correct.
with the title company, because if the bank comes in, they're going to want all the violations cleared just to avoid that becoming a lien and the bank being second.
Correct, but the
correct
language would be where it would not have I don't know the word, but it would not have an ability to be senior to the mortgage that's going to be attached to the
And the
property.
real issue is that property should not be sold until it gets the after-the-fact C of A for demolition.
Seems to me that
It
seems to me if that presumption is created, the city should record a notice of it on the title.
So would the planning board like to include that in its motion, and then we will draft amendments and transmit those to the city commission?
Well,
that in
and
the event,
what about? I mean, I don't know how the
Wait,
board
finish
feels
saying
about.
sorry, guys, I can't follow this. Finish saying what you were saying.
That-
Do we want to include what?
right? So that in the event that we've become aware that because all of this at the end of the day rests on us knowing that the building was demolished without a certificate of appropriateness. But if we have become aware that a contributing structure was demolished without a certificate of appropriateness, that in addition to the other things that we have to do under the code, meaning in addition to sending a letter to the property owner to advise them and initiating any enforcement proceedings, that we also record a notice against the property in the public records. Just that notice is hereby given that a contributing structure on this property was demolished without obtaining a certificate of appropriateness.
May affect future construction.
Please discuss with the planning board, the building department.
As required by the city
Give a
code.
phone number,
Wouldn't
that's what we're really trying to
Wouldn't
protect
that
against.
make existing owner that currently has the opportunity to take action, wouldn't he now realize that he's not going to be able to transfer this without the new buyer being aware? And that may very well get them to go get a certificate of appropriateness in advance, because it would certainly devalue.
I think
the
it
property.
definitely adds another layer in case, as you suggested, in case a code history is somehow missed or an open code violation is missed. I think it probably adds another layer.
I wonder, I just want to say one thing. This extends a little bit to, it's not uncommon that someone will obtain a certificate of appropriateness, demo a structure, but then not build the house and sell the lot vacant. And then it's on you to do the search. And there's, am I correct? There's not a clear database you can just search by address, right? You have to ask.
Well, this wouldn't apply to single-family homes that are not located, unless they're located in a historic district. So this would, in terms of single-family homes, it doesn't apply
to this ordinance. But I wonder if we're gonna, like, you know, have some red flags or something. Like, can we flag all vacant lots that have some order against them? Can we have a database, or we just have to email you, Michael, and ask you?
Well, I don't. It's like I say, we have properties that it's been 15 years and they haven't come forward for the C of A for demolition.
Michael, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't there a discussion still pending before the Land Use Committee on a potential vacant properties database?
Yes.
I think that's something staff's already looking into, and that's before the Land Use Committee.
I have direct experience in 3 buildings opposite our condo at 301 Ocean Drive. The buildings referred to by Michael Belushi are 304 and 312 Ocean Drive, and the other one that he didn't refer to was the old Simone Hotel at 321 Ocean Drive. The bottom line is, I think there has to be a notice requirement recorded because not all developers come to the planning department where they're told that there was a contributing building that was, or a building in a historic district that was demolished, and we believe it was by neglect. So I think that's the critical one. There's another possible conflict because the presumption that the building was demolished by neglect holds even if the building was demolished by an order of the building official of the County Unsafe Structures Board. I think this is not a conflict of law, because if it's unsafe and there's an order to demolish, the building will be demolished. So these agencies can carry out their duty for public safety. So I don't think that's a problem. The experiences we had on 304, 312 Ocean Drive, that there was a bona fide attempt by the owner of the rental properties one at a time to actually rehab it, and it wasn't until the interior demolition occurred that it was clear that the buildings were unsalvageable. In the case of the Simone Hotel at 321 Ocean Drive, next to what had been a hotel that was demolished by the owner in order to build higher, there was a scheme of transfer of development rights by a certificate in lieu of unity of title, and and one of the owners who was participating in the scheme allowed the old hotel to be vacated and then just collapse. So there are these motivations which are impossible to prove, but I think you need to, at a minimum, have a notice, recorded notice. Thank you.
So we're trying to strengthen or reduce the possibility of demolition by neglect in the future. I still would like to hear the board's opinion about where the line of demarcation is. I'm in favor of what we're trying to do. I think based on everything I've heard and greater notice requirements, I agree. Folks who have bought a property 10 years ago. Is anybody out there like that that will be negatively affected by this, and is the board concerned about that?
I mean, I know North Beach, and North Beach, we only had one historic district, the North Beach Resort District, so I'm not terribly concerned because I think there wasn't a lot of vacant lot. I'm now thinking 30 years ahead.
Well, I like that direction. I think that's good.
A hurricane comes, right? Wipes out all these contributing buildings on Tatum Waterway as an example. This would apply. They didn't go get a certificate of appropriateness to allow the hurricane to demolish their building. And I think from a practical perspective, the HPB board would be more pragmatic, in
Yes,
that
of course.
approach. I
think
get that, but I agree with what Frank is saying. That there just needs to be some clear notice that there's this other layer that's there. Our code is designed to protect the architectural fabric and heritage of our neighborhoods. They need to be aware. I think they know that. But once you see a vacant lot, if I wasn't sitting on the planning board or as involved in my community, if I was a realtor and I saw a vacant lot, I'm like, oh, there's a vacant lot, great. Whether it's a contributor or not, you don't have to worry. It's a vacant lot. Go. You can develop, and this is what the code says you can do. And you'll have to get in a certificate of appropriateness from the HPB board to do that. But you're saying it's a higher burden. It's a 5/7 vote if you didn't have this. So I just think having something on the property that comes up when someone's going to go to buy it, because no one's going to buy it without doing some type of lien search or title search, I think is appropriate. Whether that applies to this ordinance or not, because it's in front of us, I think it's the right thing to do.
Right, I think separate from this change here, what Nick had suggested makes sense for us.
I agree.
I think hopefully the intent of this really is that someone looking at the code, that they don't let their building fall to a state of disrepair, because if they do, then it diminishes the value if the building is ultimately demolished, because the default is that somebody new coming in to buy the property
I
cannot
agree.
take advantage of their highest
Right.
development potential.
I think
You
that's
also
all
don't want to
good.
be, you don't
Yeah.
want to go aha to that guy. I mean, there's got to be some sort of mechanism for that person, because that person's coming in kind of with clean hands.
So I'm going to go ahead and move that we go ahead and transmit it favorably with the amendment to the piece about notification of some type of violation or something like that.
I'll second.
Aye.
Well, I want to take a moment to thank.
Oh, appoint somebody yet?
They deferred your appointment, your replacement to February 12th, but even if they make that appointment on February 12th, there's no guarantee that that person would be available on February 25th, so there's an outside chance we might need them. Yeah. But if you want to say goodbye to them now.
Every
that's
time.
Well, I want to thank you for your leadership. You've been on the planning board for a really long time, and I appreciate all the contributions you've made, and I hope you're here in February. But if not, thank you very much for guiding us these last few years. So thank you.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank
You're an
you,
awesome.
Great work,
awesome
Brian.
chair.
Great work.
Brian.
Yep.
Now we can talk with Brian
An
without violating
unpaid
sunshine law.
attorney who's dedicated himself to this voluntary public service. And I think speaking for many residents who come here, we really appreciate the incisiveness of all of the members of the board. But this gentleman has chaired it, and he's been here for 6 years, and he's done a prudent job of judgment and applying the rules. Thank you.